Me? Happy fucking Friday, everybody. All right. Let's see, we've got some puppies and some big ass puppies on NQ. Holy shit. How much is NQ up now? 178 points. Yeah, that dispersion's picking up. Hmm. I bought 20 calls end of day yesterday. I love you. I know. On SPY. I bought some ones on QQQ after I saw the close. Like after I saw a correlation turning around. As long as I don't get fucked on them. But we'll see. I guess I could set a stop. Hmm. Looks like everything's having a morning. Yeah, Riley's up 6%. Even GME's up 2%. Nvidia's up 4, testing the 120 resistance. Carvana's up 5%. AVGO up 2, Amazon up 2, Apple up 1.5, Tesla up 3, Microsoft 1.25, Meta up 2.5%. Let's pull up some live data. See where we've got resistance. A little bit at 55.90, not too much. And then 5,600. But GS live data's borked. Is it? How? Mine isn't. I'm just going on with it. Yesterday was a lower low, but bulls have to leverage up into the Michigan print here. So I expect they'll try to hold it here until we get the data. If the data is beneficial in any way, they'll use that to gain 5,600. They may even try to get 5,600 before the data, which would be probably the smartest move. Yeah, generally if an option's being bought, it'll raise the IV. If it's not sold, IV will fall. When you said bulls would sell vol at the 1.5% upside move, do you mean even more puts? Yeah. Yes, I did. Now remember, on my chart, I use the aggregate, which is just a little bit below, because I have to factor both chains. But, uh, it's important to probably identify also where the SPXW move is priced and where the SPX move is priced independently. Because 1.45% to the upside is above 5,600. It's like 5,601. Whereas the aggregate, which is 1.36, is at like 59.96. It could also be that bears want a short vol there too. So it's definitely an inflection point. I was getting info from the GS roundtable last night. Cool. Is your TQQQ indicator showing call time? I don't know. It's showing things. As it does. Hmm. Why does this have to be the top? It's about where bulls need it prior to the data. There's definitely some resistance here. Actually, I think we don't know if the government will shut down yet. Oh, Chuck said they won't. What a bitch. He's not voting against it. Nice, man. This is the top because I just bought baby cubs. Well, we got 12 minutes till the data comes out, so don't be surprised if bulls wreck your fucking puts over the next over the next 12 minutes. Apparently AOC is not happy with Chuck. I don't know if she's ever happy. But he's I mean, what are you gonna do? Let Trump get a government shutdown? Fuck over the rest of the federal workforce that hasn't been fired yet? It's not effective. It's just choosing, like, two equivalent evils. Take a page from the conservative playbook and use that leverage. Are we talking about the same people? No, Trump's perfectly happy with the government shutdown. It lets him do the things he's doing with even less resistance. It's just political theater. It's a continuation of a previous bill. It is. On the plus side, SPX today looks like a happy little floating seahorse. Nice. 5604. ES test. 19616 on NQ. So NQ just over 196. Still pushing up. Left a little bit of a gap down there, 55.95. Just edging up over 5,600 here. That slipped. What did we open at? Just under the collar, huh? Little rejection back to the gap fill. Not a ton of support here. Oh. Is this flat and weird because the scaling? Interesting. Yeah, just a tiny bit of resistance at 5,600. If we lose 55.90 to the downside, this could slip back a bit. Maybe to 75. So bulls will need to hold 90 here. Data in 7 minutes. The fuck are the pink lines? Oh, Delta flip got blown out at open. Usually it's like big out of the money positioning. Looks like huge volume on the 0 DTE 50/50 and 5100 puts. Like really huge volume. Yeah. Why? Sold them? Or Bob, someone sold them? So someone just bet on a crash? Or just sold a lot of out of the money puts? Were they pennies though? They might have been. Mm, yeah, maybe they bought to close them. So it might have been ones they sold like earlier in the week. Because Wednesday, those were still like 77 cents a contract. On the 10th, they were $3. So there's a distinct possibility that they're just buying to close them now that it's Friday. And they're worthless. The calls and puts on my chart in the bottom right do not look like yours. Refresh the page. I think the scaling got stuck. If it looks really flat, refresh it. 3 minutes till the data. Rejected at resistance again. Did we leave a gap? No, I think it's filled. Oh, that's a little bit bearish. Nasty rejection. How did I end up with these GME calls? Who's Popcorn? Have you been in my account? Stares in the mirror. You will not buy puts right before data. XRT is on Reg Show, apparently. Since the 3rd. You buying GME again, boss? It looked kind of interesting yesterday. There were some things. Also today, like, exchange arbitrage is getting blown out a bit. Correlation with XRT is starting to pick up. So they're at least getting near a point where they're going to start covering on it. Liquidity's a little bit blown out. Could be a little while, though. Sometimes it's... sometimes the tips don't uncross immediately. But it looks like they're starting to cover on XRT for the last couple of days. That would kind of make sense. Ooh, data. Bet you wish you bought those puts now. Ooh, fuck. Consumer sentiment 57.9. 5-year inflation expectations 3.9%. Consumer expectation preliminary 54.2 compared to the prior 64. Current conditions 63.5 compared to the prior 65.7. And Michigan inflation current inflation expectations at 4.9% versus the prior 4.3 and the expected 4.4. Ouch. Yo, what? It's almost like the consumer's sick of this shit. 3.9% expected 5-year inflation. Forecast was 3.6. Prior was 3.5. Well, now we know where CPI went. People just don't want to buy shit. Maybe because they're all defaulting on their loans. And their stocks are down. Don't forget that, like, 30% of the average American household's money was in stocks. Mostly NVIDIA. Macro question, why are these agencies, Fed, Congress, CPI reporting, PPI reporting, not just in lockstep with Trump's plan for lower rates? Oh, because he hasn't gotten in there to manipulate the data yet. Don't worry, he will. It doesn't matter. Like, if they start manipulating the data, the banks will just derive their own. The prime dealers aren't going to let the government rip them off. If anything, it sows distrust. It's not a good thing. Other administrations have tried to manipulate the data before, and it's not worked out well. We did that a lot during the late 70s, early 80s. because of the Cold War. This is a rotation, partially. Partially. Should I buy more puts now? Let's see. We retested the collar, bounced a little. You could better confirm a downside move shorting after the collar fails versus on a bounce off the collar. I mean, it definitely doesn't help their prior assessment of the inflation reports. It's not hard data. But it's what's important about Michigan right now is it's the preliminary print, which is always more important than the revisions. And then also, we just got a massive drop in CPI and PPI, and the concern is, or was, that that is due to a drop in demand, right? That's why the big drops in CPI and PPI were not bullish, because inflation dropped too fast month over month. So the immediate concern is demand is falling, right? And the Michigan consumer sentiment report that we just got kind of reinforces that thesis quite a lot. So yeah, this print is kind of important, even though it is not hard data. It still has an effect. Do you have an upside confirmation target with this bad data? I mean, Bull's getting it back above 5,600 is still stable. They can stabilize there a little bit. Being under 5,600 is bad because charm decay, for one. Being under 5,550 is really, really bad for charm. But I would say bull signal 5,600, confirm at 25 or 30. They may try to just pump through it. It's always possible. The CPI and PPI data didn't stop them from selling puts at the lows. Since the market's been selling off hard, could major participants already have money for SLD? Yeah, that's possible. If bulls can get leverage over the majority of the delta on the chain or back above delta neutral, they could pump all the way out into OPEX. I mean, usually when you're to the... Here's the thing about gamma neutral and SLD. Generally speaking, if you're above GN and you hit an SLD period, they're bearish because people are taking profits on the long side. And if you're below, they're taking profits on the short side. So, usually SLD, like SLD is more bearish if we fail GN and DN during SLD. But that's because people are still taking profits from bullish positioning. In a situation like this, where we've dropped so much, and you go into SLD, it's more likely that people are taking profits from bearish positioning, which is going to drive things up. And we already kind of see that in the neutrals. Like we see like GN and DN falling towards spot really rapidly on both chains. That's an indication that like in the money positioning is closing, which is leaving more positioning concentrated at spot. And it doesn't really matter if that the positioning that is closing is sold puts or long puts. It's irrelevant. So we saw one day of bulls closing the in the money puts this week. They did close some of them, and they shifted their positioning down a little bit. Yesterday they increased put leverage, but out of the money. Right, they're selling a ton of puts below 5,500. I remember seeing working on having some kind of news ticker or something in Gamma Strike. Yeah, we wanted like a live news feed. Do they sell any more puts in the money? No, not really. I mean, the highest concentration of put leverage to the upside stayed at about 1.073 moneyness. So it didn't really move again. But, on Wednesday, uh, that that peak of put leverage was much further out. It was at like 11%. So overall put leverage increased, but it increased roughly in the same range that the put leverage was already there. So they did take some. They did take some losses. They ate some shit yesterday and the day before. They were so okay. The number of sold puts, though, I hope they got enough collateral. Do you? Are we just gonna grind up? This isn't a great place for bulls to stabilize. It's gonna be hard. We're less than $20 above the collar puts. I probably just wouldn't trade this range. I would wait for a breakout at 6,000 or a failure of the collar. Although I straddled close, so all I really care about is getting a breakdown of the collar at this point. I can close my puts. Zero GT charm looks poopy for bulls. It is. It is. But it's very early in the day, so the effective charm is not that strong right now. Because, well, if this fails, the only significant support to the downside before a test of 50 is 50, 55, 60. We have the long puts at 65, which just are gonna act like a black hole for price action. This is tough. This is really tough. Not getting above 6,000 is really bad for the bulls, just like it was yesterday. It's no different. There's 40,000 puts at 50, 55, 65 that are long, and they have theta. So the delta on those is enormous. Bulls needed positive data. Yeah, they did. I had eggs. Like two every day. That's how I flaunt my wealth. Did you just see all the fire memes I found last night? Fantastic. At least someone did. XRT on Reg Show since 226. Ooh, nice. Might not matter if the market tanks. How soon do you envision GME running up to Gamma Max? I don't know if it will. I just know that some of the triggers I look for on it are looking a little bullish. It could be a while, frankly. It really depends. XRT being on Reg Show makes things weird. But I would say probably within like the next couple of weeks, next week or the week after would be my target. It's getting pretty big positive divergence in the in the foreign arb, which is usually very bullish because it forces participants to buy GME in the spot market in order to resolve it. Implied volatility is extraordinarily low relative to historic vol. And correlation with XRT has been rising over the last like 3-4 days, so there's some covering going on. There's some similarities in the setup to like March 2022. I don't know if DFV is gonna tweet. I don't even know if he has fucking GameStop anymore. I don't think he does, honestly. I think he moved on to other shit. He moved on to like Chewy and Unity because Ryan Cohen robbed him of $250 million. And then robbed his shareholders of another few billion. I don't think he does either, but I think he knows what you know that he knows and can buy back in just like you would at opportune moments. So, DFV tweet confirmed. What if he buys back in at opportune moments and just doesn't fucking tell anyone like he did for 2 years when he took his total portfolio from 50 million to 250 million? And just like I do, because I don't want you guys nagging me about GMA. I told you last time before DFV tweeted that GME looked bullish as fuck, and everyone was like, "Meh." Exactly. That's the exact sound people made. DFV is a GS subscriber. That'd be cool. I don't think he is, but that would be cool. What the fuck? Oh, okay. There we go. That was weird. Prove it. This was May 5th. That's not my problem. I don't even know when Roaring Kitty tweeted. When was his first tweet? No, I didn't buy shares. He tweeted in early May. Yeah, I know that. But it was after I posted that. I told you that guy was an idiot. Wonder how many bulls are getting burned buying out of the money calls right now. How many of you bought out of the money calls and are getting burned right now? What if DFV watches your stream, saw your post, and tweeted because of your post? No, that's ridiculous. All of Jim Jam's Discord. Character name. Wait, what about Dr. Drake? Is he okay? Alright, nice. Yeah, I think there was a valid reason to buy, you know, like calls up to 6,000. I don't have access to DFV's Twitter. What I have access to is a very particular set of options data. That's ridiculous. We look nothing alike. I would never work for an insurance company. Also, he didn't work for Nationwide. He worked for Mass Mutual. That shit is on your side, bruh. You have so many details about someone who you claim isn't you. How could we be the same person? It's ridiculous. First DFV tweet, May 12th, 2024. Okay, so I was what, 7 days ahead of him? Oh no. 9 days. You were too early. Yeah, I forgot that GME options that are purchased by retail only have 3 days till they expire. I don't want a movie. They sent me like an NDA and stuff to participate in the that one fucking documentary, and I just didn't respond to them. Like if it's gonna be a movie, it has to be entirely about me, not about GMA. Glorp, can you explain the castle at 5525? Maybe if I can go look at it. I wonder how long bulls are going to keep us from failing the color. Looks like they're going long 5600 here. Ugh. God, there's so many bot pits to the downside. Oh, there's so many more bears. Yeah, so massive bot pits like 55.25, 5500, 54.75, 54.50. Jesus. That's a lot. I wonder if those are bots at close because of the Friday expiration. Because I don't see like a shitload of volume there. Well, like 55.25 is like net long 6,691 pits, but total volume is like 55.20 or 47.30. So some of those were already there yesterday. Oh wait, those were there yesterday. I mean, I think all we have to do is lose 50, and the shit's fucked. But 65 is probably a big step in the right direction. Looks like they sold puts at 60 and 50, so those will get fucked. And there's bot puts at 55.50 that came in after the shitty Michigan data. Fuck the shit. Say it with me, chat. Hit with me, chat. I'm done buying calls near the money. Just stop buying them at resistance. I never watched the documentary, but I would have if it had a scene with you in a bath explaining the FTD cycle, a la Margot Robbie and The Big Short. Ah, would anybody have understood it? I think at a certain point there, like 3 years deep, I realized that nobody fucking understood anything I was talking about. And I was like, man, I should really stop wasting my time writing this shit. Like, everyone got really excited about it, but I don't think anybody actually read it. You look at Myrna? Yeah, sure. I know all of you guys are getting excited about puts and not waiting to confirm the breakdown, right? Is that what's going on right now? Don't lie to me. Mm, like Myrna on the 0 DTE or like Myrna over time? Because it looks like it's getting some accumulation, but I don't think it looks all that bullish today. Realized vol's pretty elevated. Might not be a lot of incentive to short vol here, but it's very high. Probably. We'll probably short vol. This could fall back to 30. I don't really think it looks that great. If it gets out above like 37.50 maybe. It's resistance at 35. Not got a lot of delta on the chain. 800 million. It's not too bad. But it's been falling since like the 5th. Yeah, this looks a little bearish. I'd say probably back to 30 in the short term. Unless they have some kind of catalyst. They have earnings coming up, which could affect things a bit. But those are out on May 1st. So I don't think it looks that great. Damn, the Delta flips out at 56.50. Rough. Yeah, no problem, Fubar. I don't know. If you're like accumulating it, it might be a good price. But I don't know. I don't know anything about their fundamentals right now. Don't we have like a CDC and a Department of Health that are run by like anti-vax nut jobs? That doesn't seem great for a company that manufactures largely vaccines. They fired him? Who? No, they blocked Weldon's nomination, but RFK is still in there. Until they need a vaccine. Yeah, but then they gotta hope that those people aren't, in private sector jobs that pay twice as much money. Then Germany came out with intel on the 2020 follies. Hmm. Neat. Do bulls have a chance at saving? Saving what? I doubt there's too much call selling here. Maybe above spot, but yeah, there's call selling out at like I guess there's a little bit at 5600, 5610, but the majority of it's like 5630 and up. So not too much near the money call selling. His name isn't RFK, it's Brainworms or Wormatui. What's that Middle Western consumer sentiment rep? Heavy smells high on the put side today. Uh, actually, it's a little higher on the out of the money call side right now. Well, like way out of the money. I don't really know if that's pertinent. But yeah, there's some like 55.40, 55.65 interest on the put side. We still haven't lost the collar. Probably some like delta stabilizing us here. Yeah, a little bit. Still big resistance at 5600. What the fuck is that? What's going on with the 35 strike? Nuke, there's no data for the 35 strike. Or there's just no... is there no options volume there? There must be. What the fuck? That's weird. I just bought one. Is it showing up now? No. It's not showing up here either. See? It's just showing empty. That is so weird. 56.35. Is that what's happening? They're just not feeding any data for the 35 strike? That's concerning. On the zero DTs? No, it's fucking not. It goes. Oh shit. There's no 35 strike on WeBull either. This is a fucking crime. What is this bullshit? 45, 25, but 30, 40. $56.35 or $55.35? There's a $55.35 strike. So the strike exists, but it's not tradable? It doesn't exist. So it's not on the chain. I don't know. Where the fuck is it? Not on IBKR either? He who holds the 56.35 holds the market. What the fuck kind of bullshit is this? I don't like that. There's a gap to the downside at 82. Mm, slipping 90 again. NQ's selling off with a little bit of volume. Looks like support shifted though. It's like the 85 strike. So I guess we'll see if we fill the downside gap or not. This isn't quite a failed breakout yet. Yeah, it looks like it needs to lose 80 to fail. Hmm. Gamma's slightly positive at the 90 strike. Vol crushing. Correlation's still coming down pretty fast. So they're still levering up the dispersion. Hmm. I shouldn't buy a call here, and I should wait till it breaks at 5,600. Maybe a little above that, even. But yeah, I mean, over 5,600 is going to give some support. The problem is if this rejects again and puts pile in at the money, it'll just drop like it did last time. $5,600 synthetic short, so it's going to be a pretty hard resistance. Bought puts, sold calls. And then there's actually resistance 5610 also. And 5630. They sold the 5580 on the bounce. VIX down to 2250. Downside gap at 82. So downside gap's like right here. Bottom of that candle. Gamma goes negative under like 87-ish. Starts to go more starts to go more negative under 87. This is kind of what I was talking about last night, though, with the gamma flip being slightly higher than where positive gamma is. The gamma's positive at 55.90, the 55.90 strike. But the gamma flip is like 92. It's a little higher than that. The delta flip is still super far out of the money. I think that's because there's negative delta to the upside of like 5,700. Yeah, so we got a little bit of support at 90 here. Resistance at 6,000 and 60.10. If we break 60.10, we could push out to a 30 or 40 because there is no 35 strike. So weird. Hmm. 4 yield on vol right now is at 3.94%. Let's see. What you said last night's about to happen, isn't it? I don't know. We could still get rejected here. But if we don't, possibly. This is pretty consistent pressure on the bull side. Doesn't seem to be any profit taking yet. Hmm. All rejection. Bulls could still try to save it at 92, but an uptick in vol. This is also like the ES 5600 test. Slightly lower high. Failure at 92 is a little bearish. Failure at 80 is very bearish. There's really no support to the downside till 50. Minor supports 75, 60. Head and shoulders. Don't forget it's Pi Day. Oh, that's right. Son of a bitch. It is Pi Day. The Bulls won the 1992 NBA championship, so I think maybe they will keep it above 92. I mean, they need to. They need to keep it above 92 here. VX, Danimal, probably, or like bear put spreads on VIX. I'm not as big a fan of those, but that's the only way to get around the like mispricing there. Ooh. Yes, retesting the intraday high. Well, slightly higher high. NQ still well short. That could mean that there's more room for NQ to move up. It's a little bit of a breakout there. Two gaps to the downside, 608 and 82. Hmm. Delta flips at 43. This gets traction. It's the push to 56.50, I think. Hmm. Still need 25 to confirm. The correlation's dumping. Big move down in 3 and 1 month correlation today. USD's down, but or Dixie's down, but USD's way up against the yen. And the carry is getting levered up. 8.65 right now. Forward yield on vol falling to 4.5. So the vol shorts coming in strong. 92.74 from last night's 94.31. Curious. Yeah, if correlation's dropping, it means they're pushing into the dispersion trade. Hmm. Still a lot of resistance at that 50, but the 35 thing is weirding me out. Vol's picking up a little bit here. Oh, look, Jimmy's doing a thing. Who could have seen that coming? breaks 25 to the upside, it can probably push out to 30 pretty easily. Again, my max is 2660. Break 30, it could really move. Maybe 10 will pick up. Yeah, probably 30. That's 25. It's a little bit of resistance. Things slow down above 25 a tiny bit. But I feel like if it runs to 25, interest would pick up. Correlation with XRT hasn't moved positive yet, though. They're still covering on it. Foreign exchange arbitrage is bumping. 20? Almost as high as it was on the last peak. And, yeah, liquidity's still pretty blown out. Neat. I wonder. Jinxed what? I mean, Bulls still have this above 5,600. They're in a decent spot. They need to short vol a little more aggressively, though. I don't know, Jimmy's up like 5% today. It's not bad. Huh. Jimmy might be more bullish than I thought. Bulls got it up above 610. 20 and 25 are still a little resistive. Core 1M is ripping. Yeah. I mean, dropping like a rock. Say MOASS. We need it. Who the fuck owns GME anymore? Weirdos. So back when it ran in May of 2024, there was some interesting behavior that occurred. Back when XRT was on Reg Show. I don't know how pertinent that is. Hmm. 22.7. What's NQ doing? NQ's pushing for 19.7. Needs to get above 19.788 for a breakout. Kind of a sloppy inverse head and shoulder on the 30-minute there. Bull's getting close to 20. This like grindy upside price action is like what you have to watch out for big pumps. Where they don't let the price fall back at all. How high can bulls crank this? I feel like above 50 is really difficult right now, but that could change. Maybe out to 60. Technically out to like 5,700, but we need to see a lot more out of the money interest. And there's still resistance at 25. Let's see where gamma like flattens out here at 2025. That means that like breakout to 30 is tough. Also, the 35 strike is just missing today. I don't know what to make of that. Hmm. Interesting. Anywhere we should look for a rejection between 20 and 30? I guess it could reject here at 20. I don't see any of the in the money positioning pulling back yet, though. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, there's like a big pile of sold calls at 30. Someone's buying some calls out at 55, but not a lot of bullish interest to the upside of here. I guess if they squeeze the short calls, maybe. If this is really a reversal, most of our buying should be on the futures side. The at the money options positioning on SPX might not make much of a difference. And it does seem over the last 2 hours that there's been a pretty decent amount of volume. Unlike ES and NQ. SLD is next Wednesday through the following Monday. It'd be really cool if the market could just close where my weekend prediction was. I think it was like 59.23 or something. It's not gonna happen, but it'd be really cool. I don't know. Bulls could probably push for delta neutral today reasonably. They got a lot of resistance to the upside to push through, but they are trying really hard. I know it's silly. No, no, we would have needed a bounce at the beginning of the week. Instead, we got a bunch of bad news. Is anybody liking the stream anymore? Probably not. I could check. No, not really. Do they need to pump the heck out of things or have an SLD disaster? I mean, not necessarily. It could be that positions closing going into SLD are short, right? So like or like during SLD or short. So SLD might not be bearish. XRT basket just up. That's it. Carvana too. Yeah, I know. I went long GME yesterday because it looked like it was gonna nut a little bit. So far, it's doing pretty good. SLD doesn't always go down. Yeah, I mean, SLD should be where people are like largely taking profit going into OPEX and trying to get their margin prepared for the expiration. The, the problem with SLD being bullish next week is more to do with charm into the monthly expiration and how far we are below the majority of put leverage, but that's something that could change. I just hit it twice, you buddy. Thanks, man. Thanks, Lawrence. Jimmy confirmed quarter four earnings Tuesday 3/25 after market close. Today? I liked my stream before I finished my coffee. How about them apples? Nice. Yeah, no, there's like 60 of you guys that like the stream religiously every day, and then everyone else doesn't give a shit. It's been a year, but I can finally say I've bought calls at the top on GME again. Wait, you didn't buy them yesterday when they were cheap? Thanks, Bob. I like you, not the stream. Well, if I get rid of one, I'm definitely getting rid of the other. Thanks, Muff. Oh, if I cared, I'd probably ask more. Trump should probably rug this soon. Is he speaking today? He's speaking at the DOJ at at 3 p.m. US is still to decide on the conditions to sign the minerals deal. Dutch government may oppose parts of EU defense financing plans and may abstain. Ooh. Zelensky says we now have a chance to end this war quickly. Levitt said there's nothing on Trump's schedule to talk with Putin today, but Trump's schedule might change. That was about an hour ago. I think that's when we started pushing up a little bit more. Trump signing executive orders at noon, though, so be careful. One DTE DGen. Thank you so much, man. Get Bassinet on the phone. My Robinhood is red. It's so red. This is terrible. Everything is computers. How about a couple calls that you started talking about it this morning? They're up 17%. Nice. When you guys are like, I'll like the stream when X, Y, or Z happens, you're just guaranteeing that those things never happen. Because spite. My MSTR calls. People will like the stream when they make money. How have you not made money on this? We broke 6,000. And now we're up $25. What the fuck are you guys doing? Even Maeve made money. About puts on the bullish breakout? Nice. I only know how to play One Direction. I thought they broke up. I don't know how to read Gamma Strike. I just checked your positions periodically. Jesus Christ. Well, I don't know what happens if we test the strike that doesn't exist. But I would assume it's bullish. He gaps up. Yeah, right? $56.35. It's the singularity. The problem with out of the money calls right now is the vol crush is nasty. Tired of being a gay bear. I'm switching sides now to gay bull. Okay. What doing 5,600? Are bears doing something there? No. Well, hmm. Yeah, failure here would probably drag us back to 56. Still a lot of sold calls at 30, even though the 35 call doesn't exist. There's some fucking degenerates out going crazy on like the 57, like the 5705 and the 57, was that 5715 strikes? That's me. Why is EOS less than SPX? Oh, is it? That's weird. No, it's not. You have delayed data. It exists on the secret chain. Stupid. Why are SPX and EX the same? They're very close in price because the ES contract rolls next week. Entire strikes getting dark pooled. The MM is sold out of the 6135s. No. No, I don't know. Maybe there was like an issue with the OCC or something. So the people all of a sudden wanting to run marathons when they turn 30? I have no idea. But all signing up with zero running experience. That's weird and lame. You know what I did for my 30th birthday? I worked on Gamma Strike. I did that on my birthday too. Nice. I think so did Nuke. We did. We did our soft launch on your birthday. Speaking of which, how's that going? God, Gamma Strike is fucking awesome. Why is Delta Flip at the secret 35 strike? It's a great question. That was a nasty rejection. $7, one candle. I think just some profit taking. Bulls still have some stability here, but they need to lever up if they want to get it over for like 30, 40. 45 strikes kind of in a weird spot too. I don't know if that's because the 35 strike is missing. Like, I have no idea what to do with this. This is driving me nuts. I checked all my brokerages. The 35 strike just doesn't exist. Like a missing tooth? Yeah. And that is where we close. Can't go over 35 if there's no options there. Delta flips at 35 too. I know. Mono to the downside's kind of nasty. Ivy goes up pretty quick if we fail 20. Let's see. Bulls might just try to hold it here. Like a little pullback on profit taking and then lever up at the 20 strike. We haven't tested the Delta flip yet. We still have some positive gamma support. The ramp to the upside in gamma is quite nice. So I don't know why bulls wouldn't want to take advantage of that. Cheering me out of the money options are pricing up a little. Hmm. Flip is moving up. Although pretty flat on most of the upside move here. Just a bit weird. Guess that's kind of bullish. Mm. Gross. Well, there's some profit taking at the 30 test, so I'm not really sure what this is going to evolve into yet. A failure of 20 is pretty bad. IV picks up a little bit to the downside, which isn't great. But it also means that like this might be where they try to bounce things from the profit taking, because they do have some support here on the 0 DTE, at least on the gamma side. I guess technically you could fall back to like 15 before bouncing, but that wouldn't be as good for them. Let's see, they've been pretty aggressive for most of the day. Maybe some vol rising going into Trump's executive orders. I don't think it's a good sign that vol picks up right before Trump starts talking now. Trump meets oil executives on energy dominance agenda next week. Need to start a church. Federally backed church. Oh, there's not much of a gamma squeeze to exploit, but there's a cover bid if we can push up enough to the upside. Welcome to being stepped out of pits. Are we a random bull market or SLD bullshit market? I mean, generally, if we pump into SLD, it's like Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday prior to the start of SLD where we see that happen. But bulls are still in a really shit position here, so it's hard to say if they're going to be successful in turning this around. There's a very good chance that we could pump up like a little bit, and bulls just take more losses on their in the money puts like they did on Thursday. Don't get me horned up like that. Church name suggestion, Doge, denomination of Gherkin economics. No, we will worship the Lady VWAP. Interesting. Time to average down my baby cubs. The ones I told you not to buy if we broke above 5,600. You better hope Trump fucks this up. I still have VWAP hats. Kyle Rosin, welcome to Billionaire Man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Appreciate it, dude. We're gonna retest 5630. Maybe. I said bulls have to get support at 5620. They're trying. Just wait. Wait and see what happens. If we lose 20, it's a little bearish. If we lose 10, it's pretty bearish. If we fall below the delta flip, it's very bearish. Would I buy puts here? No. You guys overtrade. Dude, tone that shit down. As you said, would I buy puts here? No. My limit order for some puts filled. This is my shocked face. We're missing a strike. It's bearish. It might not be. Yeah, you start signing executive orders in 2 minutes. I'm averaging into 331 put spreads as we rise. Okay. Price might be a little low for that, but alright. There's no way we can stay here because I have 5600, 5650 debit spreads. And there's no way in God's green earth the market maker is going to let me take full profit on those next week. I doubled down on my upside hedge. 5,700, here we come. Nice. Is 5635 the gamma strike? No, it's an absence of gamma. Because the strike doesn't fucking exist. Is he gonna sign an executive order officially banning the number 5635? Maybe. I would have bought that call too. That's what pisses me off even more. $56.25 has been sticky for bulls all week. That's because there's been resistance at 30, like 30 and up from the bears. There's still resistance to the upside from here. There's a lot of sold calls. But they're trying. They got plenty of time. It's only noon. How's there a secret delta at 35? There isn't. There's no delta there. That's why the gamma flip has moved there. Because there's no fucking delta. It's zero. It's the most neutral point in the entire market. Because it doesn't fucking exist. Is there a corresponding hole in NQ? Not that I can see now. NQ? You mean like QQQ? No, QQQ looks like it has all its strikes to the upside. I can check SPY. Ooh, I wonder if XSP is a SIBO product. No, but XSP wouldn't have a 350. God damn it. No, none of them have anything missing on their chains. It's just SPX 35. Yeah, SPY's fine. Yeah, I know. ES has a 5635. That's a CME product. And it's missing on all brokerages. I thought it was a data error on our side, but everyone's checked their broker at this point. It's just missing. Is 5635 that geometric shape you were talking about yesterday, where you'd be be doing two spheres at the same time? You mean the spherical loon? I had a flashback to when some guy in Discord was arguing with you and was like, financial conditions, be more vague, because he didn't know that that's an actual index. Nice. Remember when that lady with pink hair on Reddit came after you? No, I actually don't. Did she come after me? I had like 1 2 minute discussion with her. She was a complete idiot. All of the mods on Superstock were fucking morons. Still remember all the wild death threats from Surgemeister. He wasn't the only one. Ew. Gross. Can we aggro to 56.75? No, not right now. Vol moved a little higher on this profit taking, which isn't a great look. Alright, what's going on with fucking Trump's executive orders right now? Long run inflation expectations on Michigan consumer sentiment hit a 32-year high. Dude, I kind of want to get puts. Wait for confirmation. If you buy puts at 20 here and bulls bounce it, you're gonna get fucking just wrecked. There's really no valid reason to buy puts above the gamma flip. Maybe at a loss of 56.10. 20 is risky as shit, though. I don't know if he's live on anything. Is he? It doesn't seem like he's making any comments. Rubio said there's reason to be cautiously optimistic on the Russia-Ukraine situation. But I don't see. Let me check. Dr. Oz is doing his Senate hearing right now. But no, I don't see anything for coming up. Getting some bot puts at 20, 30, and 40. Some downside bot puts at 56.10 and then synthetic short at 5600. If we fail 5600, it's very bearish. But I'm not sure failing anything between here and there is all that bearish. There's some sold calls at 25 and 30 as well. I don't know if we're waiting on any news. There shouldn't be any coming up. Rubio's speaking right now. So that might have some effect because he's going to be commenting on the war. I hate these people.
With lots of reservations.
Well, again, he said that at a press conference. As I said, and I go back to the phrase I used earlier, I think there is reason for cautious optimism. that something good could come of this. Obviously, we're going to wait for Ambassador Witkoff to return. He's not back yet. We're going to reconvene. Obviously, I spoke to him late last night. He spoke to the president well before that. He may have spoken to other members of our team. I've been here. But ultimately, you know, we're going to reconvene, and the president will have options available to him, and decisions will be made after that. But I don't want to speculate or characterize anything beyond what I've just said until we have had a chance to sit down with Ambassador Witkoff, who's still overseas and in travel.
I just follow up on that point there, Mr. Secretary, because when on the way here, you said you were seeking an unconditional acceptance. I mean, clearly Mr. Putin is adding a whole series of conditions, and also the President says this should be...
Well, how do you know he's adding conditions?
From what he said publicly. Yeah.
Well, I go back to the point I made. Let's let this thing play through, okay? And then let's figure out what... Let me at least talk to... Let's the team get together on the state side of this and talk to Ambassador Witkoff and go through some of this. Again, we're not going to be involved in this process where I'm being asked to
Yeah, man, flipping Delta flip work like Bollinger Bands, but much better. I wouldn't call them Bollinger Bands.
We're going to work through.
They don't really define a range. If anything, they're the middle of a range.
What I know at this moment,
So more like VWAP than a Bollinger Band.
I feel like there's reason for cautious optimism. I think the president shared that today in his Truth Social post. But there's a lot of work. No, I have never told anybody that this is going to be easy, fast, simple.
How much stock in Truth Social do these people have?
We are a better place today, I hope, I believe, we have reason to believe, than we were a week ago. But we still have a long ways to go. It could come together pretty quickly if everyone aligns. But I don't know how aligned we are yet. That's what we're about to find out. So cautious optimism is about the best phraseology I could use at this moment. Based on what we know, we're going to keep working on it.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that you...
I'll get to
But it's just the fundamental element of the president's proposal was it should be an immediate ceasefire.
Sure, and that's the
question is,
proposal.
how long does Putin have?
Well, in terms of long for what?
How long does because there are those who say he's playing for time, but this is adding conditions, adding...
Well, this war's been going on for 3 years. So I think the question, and with no end in sight at this point, without this intervention by President Trump. So I think the question is, is the fundamental question really is not how long. I think the question is, are we actually moving towards a ceasefire, or is this a delay tactic? I'm not going to answer that because I can't characterize that for you right now. I think we'll know sooner rather than later, and a lot of that will be based on the conversation Ambassador Witkoff had yesterday and other factors that are in play. But we're not there yet, but we will get there. We want it to be, the president wanted it to be yesterday and the day before. But we're certainly at least talking about peace for the first time in 3 years. Now we'll have to figure out how close we truly are, and that's going to take some time. And Witkoff's not here yet, so here meaning stateside.
Mr. Secretary, the joint statement says that there is a need for robust and credible security arrangements for Ukraine. How would you define that based on your conversations here at the G7? What are robust and credible security arrangements?
Well, that's to be determined by the negotiations. Here's what I want to encourage everybody to do. Bifurcate two things, okay? The ceasefire and the conditions for everybody to stop shooting at each other. What will it take to get everybody to stop shooting at each other? And then moving to a negotiating table on settling the war with finality. Two separate processes. Process number one is, what do we need from both sides in order to stop the shooting and the fighting, so that you can get to a negotiating table? That's the second phase. As part of that second phase, there will obviously be every country in the world has a right to security, has a right to defend itself, has a right to protect its territory. That will have to be part of that conversation. And it will have to be something that involves not simply the views of the United States, but other countries that are involved in it. I've repeated this over and over again. The European Union has imposed significant sanctions on the Russian Federation and on individuals inside of Russia. So
A little bit of a knife catch on NQ.
Engaged in this
Trying
process
to.
And so forth.
Trying to catch
let's
the
not
knife on NQ.
predetermine or start
With
putting
some volume.
everything ahead of itself here. The process of what long-term security means for Ukraine, that will be something that Ukraine will obviously have to agree with, and that will have to be worked through as part of that second phase. But we can't get to the second phase till we get through the first phase. We think it's very difficult to negotiate lasting peace and security in the midst of a all-out war. And so we have to try to lower that so that it makes it possible to move to phase two of this.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that you issued a little while ago also notes that the G7 discussed ways to impose costs on Russia should that become necessary, to include caps on oil prices, additional support for Ukraine using seized sovereign Russian assets. Was there, but it said it discussed them, you didn't agree on them. Is there any agreement within the G7 on these particular measures, just what they should be in what order and what might trigger them, and why did you discuss them if you're so cautiously optimistic?
Well, first of all, they were raised because the Europeans have their own set of sanctions and new ones they would like to impose. And certainly the United States is not a member of the EU. We don't have a vote at the EU. And so whatever they determine and decide to do, we can't control it. They ask us for our input, we'll give it to them, but that's not what's happening right now. So yes, it was discussed. As far as U.S. sanctions are concerned, the President's made clear, the President on 2 occasions in the past week has reminded everybody that the U.S. has these options available to it, but he doesn't want to do that right now because he's in the hopes of attracting people, both sides, to a process where we can negotiate peace. And I'll leave it at that. There really is nothing to add to that at this point.
Mr. Secretary,
Go ahead. Hold on one second. Yes.
Reaffirmed unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, which has been largely absent in various U.S. statements since January 20th. What led you to subscribe to this time?
But that's not a change in public policy. The United States have never said that Russia, I've never heard President Trump say that Russia has a right to take all of Ukraine and do whatever they want there. So that's not inconsistent with that statement. That is separate from the issue we face today. And that is that as it stands today, there is a war going on that has no military solution to it. Neither Russia nor Ukraine can achieve its maximalist military aims. The only way to end this war is through a process of negotiations. Negotiations, be it in business, in commerce, or in geopolitics, involves both sides giving something, both sides making concessions. That's just obvious. I'm not saying, I don't think that should be sort of a news-making statement. That's the reality of any conversations that exist in order to end wars, is that there has to be some level of concessions. What those concessions are remains to be seen.
Bull's gonna
That'll
catch
have to
the
be part of
knife.
the
Don't know
negotiation.
yet.
But it's not going to be helpful to enter into those negotiations making blanket statements that may give an excuse for one side or the other not to participate in it. So we'll have to get to that stage where these things are discussed, and ultimately both sides, whatever happens, both sides will have to agree to it. And that's true of any negotiation when you're trying to end a war.
Mr. Secretary, understanding your point about this not being a reality show or personalities, Ukraine or anything else for that matter, your boss has, shall we say, a rather strong personality. And I'm wondering, in light of that and his repeated comments about Canada becoming, or should be, the 51st state, the whole tariff situation, which intensified as we were on our way.
This is distributive. We're
big
reaching
announcement
the back end of that
Jeddah.
distribution, so
Did that complicate your...
we'll see if they try to bounce it here and reclaim the high.
I mean,
If they
obviously,
fail,
for a minister of
probably
Canada, right?
bearish.
But it was not a topic. It was not on our agenda. I told you that would not be discussed. Tariffs were.
Either
So let me explain
failing
on the tariffs. This is
5610 or
important.
failing to reclaim
This
the
keeps
high
being
would both
characterized
be
as a
bearish.
hostile move against our allies. These are global tariffs on steel, on aluminum, on autos, on semiconductors. Eventually, the president stated this, and then in April, the intention to put tariffs.
Trudeau stepped
assuming
down,
that the
yeah.
study comes back and so forth.
That was already a
But what they
process that was
discussed is
ongoing.
A global reciprocal tariff. Understand what that means. That means basically whatever some country charges us, that's what we're going to charge them. The goal the president has made very clear is he wants to reset the baseline of international trade, which he believes, and I agree, is unfair to the United States. This is not meant as a hostile move against Japan or Germany or anybody else. This is not about, this is about balancing and fairness in trade. So he wants to reset the baseline, and once that baseline is reset, then you can enter into bilateral negotiations with individual countries about changes that can be made to our trade, our bilateral trade, so that it's fair for both sides. That's his goal. In his first administration, the president did tariffs as well. What he was disturbed by in hindsight is the fact that they included a bunch of exemptions that basically made them meaningless. And so what he wants to get back to is basically fairness in trade. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
We want to charge other countries what they charge us. And then ultimately, once the baseline is reset, and then in addition to that, there are industries that are critical to the United States and to our domestic security and our future. And he's identified them: steel, aluminum, semiconductors, automobiles. These are things that we believe are in our interest to have a domestic capacity, and we have to protect these industries from what we feel is subsidization and unfair competition from abroad. This is not meant to be hostile towards anybody. It is meant to be friendly and supportive of our foreign policy, of our national interest as a country. Once the baseline of trade is reset in a way that's fair and equitable, then we can engage in the process of bilateral negotiations with individual countries, including our allies, to set up a more sustainable and fair long-term trade arrangement between our respective countries.
So, Mr. Secretary, the President and your meeting with Foreign Minister Joby, do you understand why the Canadians are taking such umbrage at these comments coming from the President? Is that something?
The Canadian government has made their position, how they feel about it, clear. The President has made his argument as to why he thinks Canada would be better off joining the United States for economic purposes. There's a disagreement between the President's position and the position of the Canadian government. I don't think that's a mystery coming in, and it wasn't a topic of conversation because that's not what the summit was about.
Mr. Secretary, you said that the tariff policy was not hostile. However, President Trump yesterday in his social media post said that the EU previously had been hostile and abusive towards the United States. How do you square that? And secondly, is he serious when he's talking about the 51st state being Canada?
Well, I've already answered the question about Canada.
No, is he serious? Do you take him seriously?
We're not discussing that here today because that's not what the purpose of this meeting was about. As far as the question that you're asking me about hostility, yeah, you look at the EU. Okay, the EU has a GDP basically comparable to that of the United States. The composition of their economy is similar to ours. These are not developing countries, these are developed countries, and yet they have a significant trade surplus with the United States, even though our economies are pretty much the same. These are not low-wage countries. That's a problem. All the President is saying is we need to equalize treatment. Whatever they do to us, we need to do to them, in addition to pointing to certain sectors that we have to protect. Who can argue against the idea that if some country charges us X to export our products, we should charge them the same? I get it. If you're a country or the EU that's benefiting from the status quo, you feel it is hostile to change the status quo because it's to your benefit. The problem is the President of the United States is looking out for the United States, both in national security and in economic relations. We will reset the basis of our trade relationship, and then we can enter into negotiations for something that's enduring and fair to both sides. That's what the President seeks to do, and that's what it begins by resetting at a reciprocal way the amount of tariffs we charge one another in our trade relations.
Mr. Secretary, I take your
1798.
If I can follow up, Mr. Secretary, I know that we're not speaking about Canada becoming the 51st state at this meeting, but I'm asking you now, do you consider what the President has said about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is he serious?
You know, I'll tell you how that came about, okay? He's in a meeting with Trudeau, and Trudeau basically says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada couldn't survive as a nation state, at which point the President said, well, then you should become a state. And that's where this began. That said, the President has made an argument for why. He says he loves Canada. He says he made an argument for why Canada would be better off joining the United States from an economic perspective and the like. He's made that argument repeatedly, and I think it stands for itself.
Is it counterproductive?
No, I'm awake.
Is expected to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. I have to dust that off. A lot of people not familiar with it. Can you help us understand how the Trump administration plans to use these powers?
Well, those are that's a question for DHS. It's not a question for us. What I can tell you is, from our perspective, unrelated to that, is that we will continue to look for people that we would never have allowed into this country on student visas had we known they were going to do what they've done. But now that they've done it, we're going to get rid of them. And we are continuing to look for that. And so in the days to come, you should expect more visas will be revoked as we identify people that we should never have allowed in.
Anyone else getting a blank screen on live data? I'm not.
They didn't say they were coming here to occupy university buildings and vandalize them and tear them apart and
no.
Have campuses hostage.
Make sure you're not
They
using
have told us
incognito
that. We would
mode.
never have given them a student visa.
Or an
Now,
incognito
if we
browser.
will revoke those visas. And as the days go on, every time we have a chance to revoke them, we will, because it's not in the national interest of the United States for them to be here. Let's wrap up, guys, so we can get
How
on.
are we not headed for another economic depression? What's the bull case?
Please describe.
I'm not sure there
the
is one.
sentiment of the
At
discussion
least not in
in
the
store.
short term.
Also, do you have anything on a potential meeting between President Trump and CCP Secretary General Xi Jinping? Will that be in China or in the United States? Thank you.
Well, I think the President at some point will meet.
Mexican restaurant quality
But
dropping as
I
we
don't know when
speak.
that'll be. I don't know if there. I
Yeah.
don't believe there are any plans currently for that to happen, but I'm sure it will happen at some point. The President engaged with him in his first term, and I expect he will do so again, and he should. These are the leaders of two big, important, powerful
I'm
countries.
1,000
And the
shares
leaders
deep
of
in
powerful
Honk
countries,
Shoe
whether they
and
agree
Me
on
Me
things or
Me.
not, should
What are
really look
those?
for the safety and well-being of the world. As far as the statement is concerned,
Immaculate
I think it reflects
disinflation.
a growing acknowledgement.
Yeah, it's
that,
a little hard to
the
deflate and
Chinese
maintain
Communist Party
a
has
consistent
pursued
growth rate.
economic and foreign policies that allow them to benefit from all the good things about the global order, but ignore all of its
Let's get a white screen on the
responsibilities
Gamma
in
app
ways
side.
that
I
leave us
use
in
Brave.
danger
Yeah,
of
that'll do
being,
it.
not just us, but the broader world of being overly
VPN's
dependent on China
fine,
for
but
critical supply chains,
incognito
for
browsers
rare
will
earth
kill it.
minerals, for key technologies. In the case of Europe, you'll continue to hear a lot of frustration on their part that Chinese overproduction, for example, of electric vehicles are dumped into their economies. And so guess what they have done? They have imposed tariffs. You know what Canada did? They've imposed tariffs on China as well, because that's what countries do when they feel like they're being treated unfairly in trade and commerce. And we support them in doing that. We think that was the right choice in their regard. And we've imposed tariffs on China as well. All right.
Is there an offer?
Who had a comment?
Rubio,
Yes, sir.
would the U.S. be open to an agreement with Hamas to get American hostages released separate from the Israeli hostages, like including John Alexander?
Well, I think our priority always, as the U.S. government, is always that we care about all the hostages. We want all the hostages released. We believe they should all be released. Okay, and that, by the way, we talk about hostages. We're also talking about bodies. Okay, and these trades are being made.
Another uptick in fall here.
400 people for 3. These are nuts. And on top of that, you see the condition these people are being released in. So this is think about what we're talking about here. I mean, we're sitting around as the world sort of accepting that it's normal and okay for you to go into a place, kidnap babies, kidnap teenagers, kidnap people that have nothing to do with any wars, that are not soldiers, that are not anything, and taking them and putting them in tunnels for almost a year and a half. And we're acting like if this is a normal exchange, this is a normal thing that happens. This is an outrage. So they should all be released. So I'm not going to comment on what we're going to accept or not accept, other than all of us. The whole world should continue to say that what Hamas has done is outrageous. It's ridiculous. It's sick. It's disgusting. It should never have happened. And we shouldn't accept it as normal, as a normal negotiation. We're just dealing with some savages. That's it. These are bad people, terrible people. And we need to treat them as such. But that said, we want all the hostages out.
Is there an off-ramp for this trade war?
Mr. Secretary, there was a report that was required of the State Department as one of the first executive orders asking for countries to be identified that had insufficient vetting. Has that report gone over to the White House yet?
I'm sure you mean we had a deadline to meet that. I'm sure we've met the deadline, but I have to take that back and we can get you an answer for that specifically.
Is there an off-ramp
right.
for the trade war, Mr. Secretary?
About territorial integrity.
About what?
Territorial integrity
Yeah,
for
you already
Ukraine.
asked that, yeah.
Yeah, so you said that Ukraine would have to make concessions both sides.
So will Russia, right.
What is your description of territorial integrity when it comes to Ukraine? Is it
Guys, again, that's what we're going to have. Let's please, I get it, but let me just put it to you this way. There's 2 processes here. Process number 1 is how can we get shooting to stop? Because we think it's very difficult to negotiate peace while there's still shooting going on and attacks. What can we do to get that to stop to the extent possible? How can we get as much hostility as possible to stop so we can get to phase 2 of this process, which is negotiating these things that you're asking me about? I'm just stating the obvious. When people sit down...
Putin's just trying to
war,
claim as much of the
there's
front line as
usually
he
a give and
feasibly
take.
can before
What that give
agreeing
and
to
take is
anything.
depends on the parties that are at the table. We're not going to predetermine anything. But that's what's going to take to end the war. If there's an off-ramp on the trade, it's not about an off-ramp on the trade. There's not a trade war. This is the United States is resetting its trade relations globally. Okay? And resetting
Is this the Florida guy, the one who went after like Disney and got rickrolled, and then like
once that's reset,
really doesn't like transvestites, but's a big drag queen?
Talks with Japan, with the UK, with France, with Germany, with the EU, whoever, to figure out, okay, how do we...
That was the other guy? That's
Because that is fair.
DeSantis?
Because right now
Okay.
It's not fair. It's as simple as that. That president has stated that repeatedly. And so these are the steps that it takes to get us to that point. You can't, if you do it the other way, which is let's renegotiate, or why would they renegotiate their trade relationship with the United States if the status quo is beneficial?
Marco Rubio ran for
Why would they
president in
try to give up something that's
2016.
good for them? You have to make it fair, and then you can negotiate out, how do we get to a place that's mutually beneficial? Because the current piece of it is just not sustainable. All right?
How's your relationship with Elon Musk?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
No idea. I didn't. What was he? Was he like a senator or something? Was a bootlicker like Ted Cruz? Yeah. Is this over? Very cool. Let's Ron DeSantis. He didn't get a cabinet position. He's a senator from Florida. No, the governor's DeSantis. We just went over this. I'll just fucking Google him. It's so much easier. He ran for the Senate in 2022. I don't know if he won. Oh, he was a senator. Yeah, he was a senator in Florida House of Representatives prior to that. I'll declare you governor of the pickle jar if you allow us over 5650 today. I don't know. Bulls are slipping here a little bit. They're letting vol take up. I don't know. Maybe it'll calm down with the executive orders passed, but I'm not sure if the closed door executive order thing is over yet, or there's been any statements to the press aside from Rubio. But if bulls lose 10 here, that's pretty bad. This is like we're falling down to like the bottom of the supportive gamma, which is not good. So they still need to bounce this sufficiently. So far the drop's been fairly controlled, but a lot of profit taking on it. And that leaves positioning here a little awkward for them. I mean, we got sold calls at 10, 5, and 5,600. And then we have sold calls to the upside at 25, 30, and 40. And then we have bought puts at every strike except for 15. So from 55.95 all the way out to 56.40, there are, you know, like 300 or more net bought puts. So this is not a great position for the bulls to be in. They need to squeeze short calls to the upside and build up more support. Because if we lose the synthetic short at 5,600, we're probably going to go right back into the collar. Well, there is no 35 strike. Like, it doesn't exist. Which might actually be a really big problem for the bulls. It's going to be hard to leverage over lever up over the sold calls with a missing strike. I don't really know how that's going to work out. It's like a big gap in delta, and they need that cumulative delta at each strike to the upside. They'd have to gap it, I think. I don't really know if there's like a conspiracy theory for it. It could simply just be like an error. It wasn't put on the 0DT chain when the 0DT chain was opened, I'm assuming. And it just didn't get fixed. They wouldn't add a strike midday. Especially not on the day of expiration. Now it looks like safety sell-off during Rubio ended without anything crazy. Now short vol and pump again. Maybe. We're on the backside of distribution here. So, you know, they tried to save it here on the 10 test, and now they're trying to save it from the 5607 test. So still trying not to lose that slight support at 5610. But all of this doesn't matter if they can't get it out above 5630. Like they need to swing the positive delta in their favor in order to gain more substantial support and start to drive the cover bid to the upside. Otherwise, there's no chance in hell they squeeze out all the short calls. And they still really can't sell too many puts. And they definitely can't sell puts in the money, because then they'll worsen the charm conditions in the bear's favor. Why would SIBO be trying to tell us something? I mean, clearly the 5635 strike hasn't been there for like 2 weeks and no one fucking noticed before now. Or it hasn't been there on this expiration. It's there on other expirations. A coffee guy just upped his pricing. I have to pay $16 a bag. Thanks, Trump. Where are you getting your coffee from? Yeah, like a local guy or something? You could just roast your own. Fucking, the beans are cheap as fuck. You want your coffee, your garage to smell like roast coffee forever. Yeah, 16 a bag. 16 a bag's cheaper than I get it for here. Here, try this place. Otter. I think this is like 67 for 2 pounds. Unless you're getting a pound bag for 16. In which case, that's super cheap. $16 per pound? That's really cheap. Used to be 14. This coffee guy must be Costco. Houses here didn't have those 100 years ago. I have a custom roast. Oh. But how didn't I grow up poor? I mean, most coffee roasters are usually about anywhere from like 40 to 80 for a 2 pound, like a 2 pound bag. I didn't drink or coffee until I was out of college. Actually, I don't think I started drinking coffee until I was like 28 or 29. It's not 60 a pound for 2 pounds. It's 2 pounds 460. That's what the shit costs. Anyone into bougie tea? Ooh, I did for a little while. Well, I'm not gonna drink like Folgers. What the fuck do you want? I'm not ordering Canadian coffee with tariffs. Get the fuck out of here. Doing all right, Lawrence. You mean hot chocolate? I'm not actively concerned with the ethics of the coffee trade. That's not something I'm like focused on when I'm buying coffee. I think most of them are all free trade anyway. Kopi Lawak or whatever. I'm not gonna drink that. It's poop. It's brewed poop. It's disgusting. Poop. Exactly. Kopi Luwak. Whatever. When will you build a half pipe in your extra bedroom? That's my guest bedroom. Why would I build a half pipe in my guest bedroom? How much time would you give them to break above 5630 before it's too late? They've got all day. I don't think it's necessary. Let's see. Because of charm? I mean, we're in a better spot with charm above 5600 anyway. It just gets a lot better above like 30, 40, 50. I don't know. As we get into power hour, it might get a little rough. If we're still under 30. What about the opposite direction? We're bearish if we fail 5,600. Below the gamma flip, bearish. But I don't think that's a major concern right now. Do we have a time frame for the budget passing? I don't know if it's going to pass during market hours. When's the Senate meeting? I mean, it didn't matter. The economy was already fucked well into Biden's presidency. Like, this fallout was going to happen eventually. He's just accelerating it. They're in session right now? Okay. The vote is 2 hours before whatever the deadline is, so 10 p.m. tonight. It's creating new issues separate from what the eventual fallout of the Biden era would look like. Yeah. They're not issues that can't be resolved quickly. For the most part. The techno-fascist movement and the religious right movement definitely picked the wrong... I feel like they picked the wrong figurehead for trying to gain substantive power. Trump's desire to be liked will generally out... Trump's desire to be liked will make it difficult for him to be used as a pawn in the way that they need him to be used. And so I think they're trying to take advantage of the best chance they have at enacting the policies that they want in place. But I feel like over time Trump will fuck that up, because that's what he did the first time around. Also, there's still the judicial standing in the way of a lot of this. And you have to remember that people will still look out for their own best interests, and people will not willingly cede the power granted to them. So I know it all seems hopeless and lost, but all other attempts at establishing cronyism historically have failed horribly. The USSR probably did it best, but they had a significant number, or a significant amount of the government was dedicated to the enforcement of it. The US really isn't, so it's very hard to set it up and then like establish it and keep it going and enforce those policies. They need to put Vance in the driver's seat and hope there's not enough willpower for a rebellion. Yeah. Also, foreign support. And that's one of the reasons for trying to break ties with, Europe, Canada, Mexico, Because if there were a pushback from the public, you know, much like in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, you know, the one faction would seek foreign aid and support. And so isolating America makes it easier to take control of. But unfortunately, that's not working, right? I mean, everyone's like, everything's so transparent that, you know, you have the EU already enacting tariffs specifically on red states. Like, so it's not like foreign governments aren't well aware of, you know, what's going on there. One side will get it from Russia. Well, that side doesn't need it. They already have the military under their control for the most part. I mean, that'll fracture too, but I don't know. Trump just recently lost a decision against the Supreme Court. It's almost like the justices may not be willing to cede their power over to him unilaterally. Or at least Amy Cohen Barrett isn't. She might be a little bit more conservative and actually believe in the Constitution, which will be real awkward moving forward. You mind sharing if you cycled out of your long dated Nvidia short? Given its current chain, I closed like 60% of it. I kept stuff that I opened at lower prices. So I think like two of the positions I had in place I kept open. And I closed out most of the rest. I was kind of just taking profits on it all along. That's usually what I do with it. I've done that same short like 3 times now. I said Coney Barrett. Didn't I? Yeah. Let me start a petition to bring back Pangea. Goods and services would be so much cheaper. Oh god, but imagine the food desert in the middle. I didn't say Cohen Barrett. I did not. I don't believe you. Prove it. This is the only way to know for sure. How do you know if a level gets rejected? Failing like the local support at the level is usually the first sign. Failing the prior support level would be the confirmation. So, you know, here, like falling below 56.27 would be the signal, and then you would confirm it on a failure of 20. This is where bulls need to lever up, though. There's so many downside gaps here. Jesus Christ. I've got a slightly higher high on NQ. Lower high on SPX, but maybe that doesn't matter. You can just change your name, Rug Hippopotamus, in your Google account. You don't need any Google administrators to do that. This is bullish right now. Stop trying to be bearish here. It's stupid. Are they doing anything above the 35 void? No, not really. There's bot puts at 30 and 40 still. We're above the bot puts at 25 right now. Correlation's still falling. Delta flip test. The market did not like 35. MM says sorry, no gamma at 35. Right? That was interesting. If they got the Delta flip, how high could they push realistically? What time is it? 103? If they lever up enough, they could get it out to like 5,700. Get maybe Delta neutral. Might take Monday, Tuesday to get that high, but I don't see why not today. I still don't know how they get over 35, but I guess we'll find out. That shit got stomped pretty hard right there. Third cup of coffee, let's fucking go. Oh boy. AGL's still kind of pushing up. It's doing alright. Gamma Max is starting to come down, which is a little bit bullish. VN moved under spot for the first time in quite a long time. Delta, the chain's picking up quite a bit. I would say that Gamma is not quite positive yet. Gamma neutral's at 650, so it's got a little ways to move up, but it seems like it's pushing up off above Delta neutral now, so it's a pretty good sign. The fucking options chain's still fucked and weird, but Jesus. Yeah, that's still a mess. How's Vol doing? Volatility's kind of inching up a little bit. There's still some short vol coming into the upside, but 60, 90-day vol is starting to move up. So some near-term volatility shorting. Also, realized volatility is really low right now. Yeah, those sold. I think those puts are 5 are sold, so those are pretty important. Looks like there's some leaps further to the upside, so Vega exposure will pick up. Above 5, probably quite a lot. It's still got, yeah, still got a little ways to go. Try to average down my baby cubs. Not a bad idea. At no point above 5,600 today should you have owned a put. I've said that like 5 times. I know you told me that, but you should have called me out by name. Or is that only for pigeon whales? That's only for pigeon whales. I thought, why would I be joking? How can you tell when bulls are shorting vol? Does GS tell you? There's some information on GS that can tell you. I mean, first of all, you can look at volatility. Which was coming down pretty hard on like IV10 yesterday, and then kind of, well, the day before yesterday, and then kind of flat yesterday. You can also look at correlation, where it's really obvious that dispersion's picking up. On the live data, you can look at the IV curve. And you can kind of see here that, you know, demand is skewed to the upside, and vol is falling. Like the 5,600 strike is quite low. Somebody just shorted vol at 55.90. So yeah, you're seeing some of the vol shorting on the tails, outside of the you know, distribution near spot here. And then I have other tools. I made Otter art, but he blocked me, so you can't see it. Huh. Show us your tools. No. I don't want to. They're too cool for the likes of you. But you showed my axe. That's silly. Hmm. There's bot puts at 30 and 40 still. And sold calls. So this is still, even with the missing 35 strike, this is still big resistance. It's a really important level. Are they hiding all the Brazilian puts of the 35 strike? There is no 35 strike. You ever seen that before? No, not on SPX. Is there any weird arbitrage opportunity on 35 strikes on different days? I don't know. There's probably OI there for different expirations. It says there was OI there for today. That's weird. Oh wait, that's 50, 55, 35. There's, yeah, there's, I don't know, there's some puts there on 317, some out on 321. There's like a lot of puts there for 530 for end of May. Oh, that's one of the collars, I think, right? Is it? Is that the tiny collar? Oh, that makes it even weirder. That's the little tiny baby collar. They don't want to hedge it. But I mean, there's like there's a Monday expiration for it. Like there's shit all the way out into OPEX. There's just no expiration for it today. I have a 35C for Monday. Of course you do. Baby collar is my next band name. Is GME above 25 yet? Super stock broke? Why aren't they buying calls? So they just pump ES and hope it doesn't fail? Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best way to move it up. It seems based on where bears have sold calls that they're well aware that there's no strike at 35, and they're taking advantage of it because they've sold the 30 and 40 call pretty heavily. Hmm. They don't do options, remember? That's bullshit. They do options every time they think GME is gonna pump. They're the only people that buy them. That's how you can tell. Because everyone else just sells options on GME. What an odd thing to have happen. Even odder, given that it's one of the collar strikes. I assume, are those the sold puts from the baby collar? Because we're down 10%. They're the bot puts? Oh, okay. Damn, there's a lot of concentration of those around here. That was the one that rolled in what? Not Jan. Feb? I bought GME calls today and made money. I bought GME calls yesterday and they're up, but I want it to go up more. Give them a break, Gherkin. It's hard to find people that can add a strike in COBOL. You can't hot swap it. The who? Tommy Lee. From Motley Crue? Whatever happened to Riley? They were like talking about taking it private, and then they pulled it back, and now nothing. It's just chilling. I think it's at like $5. The Chinese guy? You're talking about Tom Lee? Because he's like an idiotic permabull. He's been like, so there was a brief period where the market lined up with his insane predictions, and everyone thought he was really smart, but his insane predictions continued, and then the market stopped doing what he said it would do. He's Korean. I have no idea what his nationality is. Asian of some sort. But like all through 2020, 2021, he was completely fucking wrong about everything. Just obscene, like stupid fucking targets for Bitcoin, like 300,000 and shit. Saying that the market was gonna go to 6K. Like 3 years ago, he thought the market was gonna hit 6K. And then he also changes his predictions every time the market doesn't do what he wants it to do. Now dude Kathy Woods. I don't know what's up with her. I think people just short everything she buys. She's made some enemies somewhere. You don't aim to become the next Kramer by being right or reasonable. True. There's a reason Jamie Dimon fired his ass. Also, if you've ever read his investor newsletters, it's like a pile of the most idiotic fucking drivel I've ever encountered. Fucking granny shots. Jesus Christ. Oh, and he's a little bitch. He completely misstated the entire thesis behind the Japanese carry trade, what it does, and what kind of leverage was present in it. And I corrected him on Twitter, and he blocked me like a little baby bitch. I wasn't even rude about it. I was like, you've just been misinformed. No, that was like his like end of 2021 BTC target. He just says bullish things about things that are already going up really hard. Like every perma bull. And then they're wrong and they fade into obscurity, and then you get a new batch of perma bulls the next time. The only thing the market like the only thing participants in the market care about as far as analysts are concerned is if they're right now. Jam Croissant blocked me for liking a Ginger Balls tweet. He's also kind of a bitch. Oh no, I'm frequently extraordinarily rude, but I wasn't rude in that instance. I just corrected the incorrect information that he presented in a very professional way. He just didn't like being told he was wrong. And then he was wrong. That was like right before Japan hiked and almost caused a flash crash. Also, don't forget that like analysts with clients they have a bias. They have to keep saying things that their clients want to hear, so their clients don't take their money away from them. It is distributive, but it's bullish consolidation. Um, yeah, it's not quite distributive yet. If we fail 5620, though, it'll start to turn more and more distributive. Right now, it's just bullish consolidation. The downtrend is pretty consistent. For just like for distributive price action, you generally start to get much lower lows and lower highs like that. So it's like starts to curve down instead of trend down. So bullish consolidation is like a steady trend down, which is what we have right now. Now, if that fails, if bullish consolidation fails, then it starts to become distributive because that'll start to curve as it falls off. No, you're not my client. I don't have any clients. Well, me. I'm my own client. Nor do I want any. I don't want to manage anybody else's money. It's a pain in the ass. People are panicky and annoying. So now that it's failed, that's distributive. So then you look for support here, right? And then you look for support here. If those continue to fail, then you have a breakdown in the distributive price action. Gherkin, he deleted the tweets he was wrong on. I know. I mean, it's the stock market. Nobody's always right. Like trying to hold yourself up to that standard is just stupid because it's just gonna make people mistrust him. And he's already kind of started to fade into obscurity. He'll just fade into obscurity more. He'll stop getting his little constant seat on CNN because people will forget that he was right and only remember that he was recently wrong. It's actually unfortunate because it works against everybody the same way. I mean, you could look at Burry, who's got like a 96% win rate on his trades, and his analysis is fucking unbelievable. And people think he's like an idiot because he was like sell back in 2023 because he had like one wrong call out of thousands of correct ones. Still consolidating? No, we lost the consolidation. It broke down. See, it was consolidation up until this point. And then this failure turned it in, made it distributive. But like all distributions, they'll probably try to save it somewhere here or here. And then you have to see if that breakout fails. So if this was the prior trend, on the backside of distribution, hold on, I gotta move this up. Where is it? There. So on the backside of distribution, you know, you're looking for like the test here, to bounce back up, and then that to fail, and then that's when you get the actual failure. Because bulls come in and try to buy it up cheaper and drive a reversal. Usually, that's the kind of thing you'll see. And we had that with the distribution back here, right? It like, they tried to bounce it here at the backside of that. And that failed. And so we dropped lower, and then they tried again. And that bounce actually retested the high. But that's now starting to distribute out. So there's profit taking, you know, in excess of the buyer side demand. So, you know, more bulls are closing than are buying in at these prices. And that starts to create more distributive price action. And so, yeah, somewhere in here, you can expect them to try to regain that upside trend, either here or like here at this support, which is like 56.17. And then you have to see what happens with that, because sometimes that break up can move to a new high. And then you get more distribution all over again. Sometimes it fails. We're in a positive gamma environment on the 0 DTE, so it's possible that it, you know, we get the higher high and it doesn't fail. But only on the 0 DTE. The longer term positioning is still very bearish. Following? I don't know. You're not gonna derive any insight from following any investment managers. Generally. I mean, you can look at what they're positioning into and stuff like that, but 13 Fs are like very they're very hard to glean any actionable insight from. If they're long something for a while and like a few quarters, and it's, you know, around their cost basis or below their cost basis, and you can ascertain why they're long and, you know, why it's below their cost basis if there was something unexpected that occurred, that can be an opportunity. Yeah, no problem. I mean, Burry stopped writing like research reports publicly long before I started trading. Tom Lee's not a bad guy. I disagree. I think baiting your investors into believing that their assets are going to like 500x over the next 2 years as long as they invest their money with you is, in fact, bad behavior. I think it's disingenuous and should be fraudulent. Because you're lying about the potential expected returns of an asset. Like, you know you're lying. Yeah, it's no different than Matt Cores or Trey Trades. So why do that, right? Like, why lie to your the only reason to lie to your investors about the potential of an asset is because you want them to give you more money. What is it? More funds managed, more fees charged equals gains for fund manager. Yeah. I've died. I don't know what's worse, if he knows that it's not true or he doesn't. Both. Both are really bad. Good night. At 1:36 p.m. What, noon Central Time? Now you're going to bed? Ah, okay. That makes sense. Don't do that. You'll lose money. You need at least 4 hours of sleep. No, it's working. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna argue with your system. I don't know. We failed the first bounce, which isn't a great look. Positive gamma 56. 15 and 10 has retreated a bit. So those aren't as supportive as they were. I still don't think things are bearish unless we lose 5,600, but it is a little bit more bearish to the downside. You can see the move up in gamma flip as those positions backed out. So, the gamma flip is higher. So I guess, now we're a little bit more bearish under 5605. The Charmadillo cometh. Yeah, it's still pretty shit for the bulls. Starting to lose in the money sold puts here is really bad for the bulls. If we lose 5,600, the charm shifts dramatically the other way. You can see that here. That big pile of puts. And then at every strike to the downside, right? So this all becomes exposed. And you start losing these, and the out of the money delta starts going, or the in the money delta on puts starts going up, 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 up. And that can drive price down really fast. But you just like even if things look bearish, you should still be confirming those levels. Like don't like buy puts just because you think you can nail the top. Too late. Full ported 5,600p. Are you gonna get stopped out when this mean reverts on the backside of distribution? All gas, no brakes. God damn it. Gherkin, I bought calls at the invisible strike because I thought they'd be free. Now I'm over levered. I hate my life. No sell, no sell, no stop. Alright. Everyone always thinks there won't be an NQ, but there's an NQ. Nast. There's a gap at 56.23. It's a 2-cent one, but it's there. Are puts same like shares? If you get assigned on one, yeah. Literally just turns into shares. Someone puts them on you. I hate that I walked back into this conversation. Puts them on you sounds oddly suggestive. Well, when you sell calls, they call them away. That's where the names of them come from. It is a good thing we don't use Hawaiian. Because there's no strike at 56.35. You can't trade it. It doesn't exist. It's only 56.30s for a 1K loss since we lost 57.17. Was that a good decision, or would you have held? I would have at least held on this for like a retest at 30. Then I would have put a stop on him. A retest at 30 or a failure, like a failure of 15, probably. But we caught support, a little bit of support at 15. This still doesn't look good. I will say that much. But now we have 2 upside gaps. Which is more than 1. We still have a downside gap at 12. And 1 at 82. Since GS released, I've been super profitable. I don't have GS yet, but just the aura has improved my trading. I can't wait to see when I actually have data. Who's ever said anything like, I'm gonna put these shares on you? No one? I mean, someone's definitely said that. You don't think there's like some GME couple where they got like their computer share certificate? And the guy's just like spreading out his computer share certificate across the thumb holsters. No, I'm just kidding. People who own GME don't get laid. Their wives all stopped sleeping with them years ago. Go to sleep. Joke's on you. We don't have wives. Yeah, otherwise you would have sold. Could GME people sleep with other GME people? Suppose. Well, I mean, physically, probably, but I don't think the ratios are very good. Well, yeah, I mean they can. What's up, Rick Polopotamus? Pretty sure they call that echo chamber sex. Maybe. Do you guys remember when they had the like tits out for GME and AMC Reddit like subreddits? Like back in 2021? AMC chicks are so much hotter. It was a simpler time. They weren't 15. You can't even own a stock if you're 15. I will say it did seem that like all the strippers invested in AMC. The options application is the ultimate truth, Digga. GME people sleeping with other GME people is same like Ryan Cohen GME stock dilution. Only difference is RK only gets screwed in the RC scenario. Fuck RC, fuck GME. With that being said, I'm buying 20k of the out of money calls next week. Let's fucking go. Next week. Oh boy. It's like that part in The Big Short where the stripper has 5 houses and 10 loans. Yeah. I'm a 25-year option vet. I'm only 25. I also have a net worth of $10 million. Look at you bragging. Who's still in? Oh, Rugplopotamus. Should I not have on my Tinder bio where we're going? ROI doesn't matter. How's that working out for you? I wonder 4 years later how many people involved in like the 2021 squeeze are now general managers at their local GameStop. We gotta take this show on the road. I need to go to some GameStops and interview people. Gherkin, be quiet. Girls on Tinder put up their PayPals. Why shouldn't I be able to put my WeBull referral code in my bio? Wait, what? I've never seen anybody's PayPal on Tinder. Maybe it's because I have the classy one. Yeah, but remember when Ryan Cohen was like, I'm gonna give store managers stock options? And then he closed all the stores. I'll still bring pizzas to my local GameStop employees. Do you let them know that you're a shareholder? Do you think Roaring Kitty is a plant? No, he's a person. Plants don't grow in Brockton. That's true. The cash is still sitting there with Ryan Cohen, hopefully doing something. This is like a money market fund. It's keeping up with the rate of inflation.
Pickle in my jar who is ready for MOSS. Could
Not the
see,
real DFV.
Dearest regards, DFV3.
No, that's not. DFV didn't send that. So I can just go look. It was probably rug pull eponymous. I don't know. The first name begins with an M, so it's definitely not DFE. I don't know what the rest of the name is. But it's not Keith. So. It'd be like Meath Gill. The reason I don't want GME to run is because of what this chat becomes when the pores all show up. But they don't know that I'm long calls. They only show up once it's running. And they don't know why. What's RK doing nowadays? I think he went long Chewy and then Unity Software and then disappeared. Maybe he didn't want to get sued by litigious dickheads again. Ooh, someone sent me another partnership collaboration offer. Oh, it's the Russian deep state media. The person's name is Senka. Finally. This is my shot at the big time, guys. Oh my god, it's like that website that you, like Kingu, but not. It's Russian Kingu. How the fuck am I gonna market that to people? It's like the people who sell like or like want me to sell like sofas from Amazon. Like, we think your audience would really like this. I'm like, you don't know my audience. It's because you spoke Russian yesterday. I didn't. I just was just like one word. No, they're not autographed. Yeah, the mini chainsaws. I get them like every day. I just ignore them. Are you selling sofas? Where's your partner code? I don't have one. That was another failed bounce. This is starting to look pretty shitty. Thoughts on gold leaps? Miners should be starting to catch up, and it doesn't look like we're going to have any less geopolitical uncertainty anytime soon. When bear time? I don't know. They keep bouncing it. It's fucking annoying as hell. It's bleeding, but not quickly. And Charm's not really bad until we fall back under 5,600, so... Maybe it's just time for me to open my butterflies again. Spread my wings. Just sell the overpriced options and hope nothing happens. Is it distributing up? No. We keep getting lower highs. I don't know, maybe we get a bounce. We filled a couple of the gaps.
Hey guys, it's the real Keith.
So there's only one gap to the upside now at 23.
DFV. Don't listen to this shill. Mo soon.
What's the real Keith Gill this time? AKA DFV. Don't listen to the shill. MOASS soon. Dearest regards, I'm Keith Gill. Nice try, Mike. We need Trump to speak. Yeah, we do. I don't know if the market knows how to move without him anymore. Can you not say spread my wings, please? It's too late. Is it a better idea to sell calls or buy puts to protect a sold put position? You in the money or out of the money? You can turn them into ratio spreads, or you can turn them into condors, you can turn them into butterflies, you can box them. It really depends on your positioning relative to the sold put. You can pan fry them, you can fricassee them. You can't sell them. You guys are being silly. Alright, I'm gonna walk away for the bounce here. I'll be back in a minute. I hope it fails for you guys that are over leveraged puts despite us being above the bull signal. I'll be right back. Did it fail? Not quite. Like a little bit. That kind of just looks like support. Reddit's been down for a month. Has anybody get like weird DNS errors on like Google ads over the last like Google ad links over the last like month? Wouldn't risk on above 60-50.
I once received a message from the moon
Hello,
cycles that
Keith. I once
indicated you
received a
would moan
message
gently
from
as
the moon
indication
cycles
of
that
GME
indicated you would
moving
moan
upwards
gently as an
expeditiously.
indication of GME
Would you
moving
like to
upwards
collaborate in a
expeditiously.
partnership capacity? Also, will SPX have titillation-type movements over the week in 3?
Okay, the person who was sending messages before wasn't DFE. Stop trying to, like, communicate with him through my Ko-Fi. I've never clicked an ad on purpose. Really? Alternatively, the only way you can is through Ko-Fi. I grew up with MySpace. I'm scared for life. Scarred for life. Fair. We need to have a little talk about clicking links. Well, like when I Google search a product, right, and the seller link comes up. Or like restaurants is a big one. I'm gonna click that shit. There are no links near me, though. Just cougars. They are. You shouldn't jog alone. Every time you click the sponsored ad link, it costs them money. Yeah. I didn't say I was buying the product. I just said I was clicking the link. Trump's about to speak soon. We failed. Does anybody have a link? Ray Dalio's live on Bloomberg TV. 1 second. I'm going to grab a bottle of water. The GOP budget Senate hearing is live right now. Beanut up 10%, shrimp up 300%. Don't look at the prices. I don't see anything live from Trump. The irony of a felon speaking at the Department of Justice is not lost on me. You're eating rice cakes with chocolate pudding? You can own guns in New York.
The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
House.
Oh, they're filibustering it. Oh, here we go. I think I found it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Hi, everybody. How we doing?
Wait.
So let me welcome
okay.
you to the Department of Justice and our great hall. We're thrilled that you're here with us today. This is a incredibly historic day for our department and for everybody in this room, because I know you guys are not here to see me. I know who you're here to see. And it's because for the first time, President Trump is going to come here and speak at the Department of Justice in our great hall, and it's a great day. I want to thank we have a ton of special guests here today, and Attorney General Bondi is going to thank you as well. But thank you all for being here. There's law enforcement, our state and local partners, states attorneys generals, folks from the Hill, and we really, really appreciate you taking time to come and hear President Trump speak shortly. Director Patel is great, isn't he? So, like was just announced from above, my name's Todd Blanche, and I'm the Deputy Attorney General. I will tell you that I love
this guy is a total Todd.
This department. Our mission, keeping our borders safe, keeping our cities safe, our rural communities safe.
Whoops, you almost said straight.
That's our mission, and we're executing, as Director Patel just said, on that mission right now. Some of you may know me because I represented President Trump over the past couple of years.
This is the guy who lost all of Trump's lawsuits?
About what happened to him over the past 4 years. But I was right next to him. I stood next to him making that very stern, mean face that you saw. On multiple occasions, I met with him on multiple occasions, and I will tell you, the media attacks, the partisan prosecutors, the complete and utter lawfare, the assassination attempts that happened on more than one occasion against his life, through all those things, through all that time, he was a complete inspiration to me personally. He just stayed completely resolved.
I think it's Todd with 2 Ds.
On multiple occasions over the past year, he never wavered. He was resolved to keep fighting on behalf of the American people, and that's the inspiration that I felt from him for the past several years, and it's the inspiration that drives me every single day.
Poor little Trump. Everyone's so mean to him about trying to overthrow the government. Yeah. Also, all the crimes that he committed.
The vision and what we're going to do to make
and was convicted of.
I've been here 7 days. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of what I've learned in that time, of what we've already done since January 20th. 53 days ago, the president made the American people a promise.
It's remarkable that a New York trial lawyer can be so inarticulate and flustered. That's why Trump got convicted.
And the partisan weaponization of the Justice Department will end. We have a lot of work to do to keep that promise to the country, but let me tell you a bit about what we've already done.
Fired everybody who's not aligned with you?
To the American people to eliminate the cartels that have been flooding our country with drugs and violent criminals. We responded, as Director Patel just said a few minutes ago, by working with the President's team to secure custody of 29 cartel leaders from Mexico. These
Why is he clapping? Does he
These
not know how this
defendants
works?
were responsible for horrific crimes, including murders, drug trafficking, money laundering, and we brought them to the United States where they will face justice. Now, among the criminals that we brought back from Mexico was RCQ, Rafael Caro Quintero. He led a vicious cartel and was responsible for the torture and murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena in 1985, 40 years ago. Now, the United States chased that man. Law enforcement from every agency chased that man for 40 years, and we got him. I was really happy and satisfied to learn just the other day that Special Agent Camarena's handcuffs, they were saved by his son, who is now a judge in California, were used on RCQ at his presentment in United States District Court. We are not stopping at the 29 folks that we already brought here. We will continue to hunt down cartel members throughout America, Mexico, South America, and everywhere in the world. Last month, President Trump designated MS-13 and TDA and other cartels as foreign terrorist
Trump's supposed to speak after him.
These designations are important to the Department of Justice. They allow us to charge members of the cartels and their affiliates with terrorism charges because they are terrorists. This designation reflects the damage that they have done to our communities everywhere in this country. They're, of course, not only harming our country and the people through more than just drug trafficking.
They're trying to make a case for invoking
activities.
martial law.
And so the people that support him, both in the United States and abroad,
yeah, this weasel,
targeted by us. The president promised to crack down on illegal immigration, and that has been a major problem in this country for a very long time. Since January 20th, just a couple months ago, DOJ prosecutors in our border districts have filed criminal cases against over 6,600 illegal aliens. That's worth clapping. In Arizona alone, we've charged over 3,000 illegal aliens in just the past 2 months. Illegal immigration has resulted in the death of countless American citizens. Take the case of Wake County Sheriff Deputy Ned Byrd. On August 11, 2022, he was murdered at the hands of 2 illegal aliens.
DOJ is one of the most important goals to the admin. Most of all roads will lead through them.
The Sotelo brothers.
Thus, expect far-reaching, near-insane rhetoric now onwards to serve as the hammer of the movement.
He remained in Mexico for over 2 years. Then President Trump took office. The Justice Department and our law enforcement worked tirelessly, and he was brought back to the United States where he will face justice.
He will fate justice.
We are also setting up task forces with our Homeland Security partners. These task forces include the FBI, DEA, prosecutors, our state and local prosecution offices and law enforcement support, some of which are here today. And their mission is clear and critical, is to aggressively enforce immigration laws and ruthlessly pursue members of transnational criminal organizations. Director Patel
love to balloons.
one, and it's worth mentioning again, it's right across the river in the Eastern District of Virginia. It's the first task force that we set up, and they've already arrested over 220 gang members, and we are pursuing hundreds more just with that one task force. Now, President Trump also promised that we will always support our courageous law enforcement officers. They are on the front lines in the fight against crime and in the fight against illegal immigration, and we will have their backs. In an executive order, the President directed us to seek the death penalty where appropriate for anyone who murders a law enforcement officer. 2 months ago, U.S. Border Patrol agent David Christopher Mayland was tragically murdered in Vermont. Last month, a federal grand jury indicted Teresa Youngblood for the shooting of Agent Mayland. We are strongly considering seeking the death penalty in that case. The President promised that under his watch, we will no longer stand by while universities tolerate and facilitate anti-Semitism and support of terrorism on their campuses. The department's recent actions, which hopefully you've seen at Columbia University in coordination with our law enforcement agency partners, are part of the administration's mission to end anti-Semitism in this country. Just last night, we worked with the Department of Homeland Security to execute search warrants from an investigation into Columbia University for harboring and concealing illegal aliens on its campus. That investigation is ongoing, and we are also looking at whether Columbia's handling of earlier incidents violated civil rights laws and included terrorism crimes. This is long overdue. Let me be clear.
Unfucking real.
Hamas is a terrorist organization. It has the blood of American citizens on its hands, innocent victims, many of whom are citizens of this country, have died because of Hamas's actions. Any person
This is insane
engaging in
rhetoric.
material support
Yeah.
of terrorism will be prosecuted. This includes those who threaten acts of violence on behalf of Hamas in the United States or even pay Hamas in the United States. The President also promised an end to the weaponization of government. Our weaponization inquiries are ongoing. They include matters relating to J6, improper prosecutions under the FACE Act, and the case against Colorado elections clerk Tina Peters. Under General Bondi's watch, the weaponization has stopped, period. The department's focus is now squarely on our core mission, keeping the American people safe. That was a brief overview, and as you can tell, we have been very busy doing a lot of work in this department since January.
I don't even know who the fuck Tina Peters
and that
is.
would not have been possible with everybody in this room. Excuse me, without everybody in this room.
We're entering a real
One thing
dark
that's become
time.
clear
Yeah,
to
no
me
one's
is that
doing
I've met
anything
with the
about
men and
it.
women of the Justice Department just over the past week, and that's that we are blessed to have extraordinary law enforcement officers, prosecutors, civil lawyers, hardworking staff working every day to execute on our mission, and I thank them for that. They've made me feel welcome, and I can't wait to work with them for the next 4 years. So this is just the beginning. It's March. We have a lot of work to do and plenty of time to do it. I will tell you, under Attorney
Seems like a lot of the
General Bondi's
crazies
leadership,
come from
we will
Colorado.
work tirelessly to restore law and order to our great nation.
What's with that state?
We will back the blue. And I couldn't agree more with what Cash said a few minutes ago, that we are going to go after violent criminals and illegal aliens throughout our nation. I'm gonna stop talking now, and there's gonna be a brief break.
Ron Gherkin, the Democrats rode on ping pong paddles at the State of the Union. What a fucking embarrassment.
But just, I just want to thank again, all of you folks for being here today. I want to thank
Back the
President
blue,
Trump
except on Jan
for visiting us
6.
today
Yeah.
on what is a truly historic day, and most of all,
It's
I
very
wanna
important to
thank all
provide
of you for
support
being
and
here.
comfort for those
And, we got a
convicted
lot
of
of work to
seditious
do,
treason.
and we're ready to do it. Thank you very much.
What the fuck? They're playing Unchained Melody? Well, I muted it. Yeah, a bunch of the Jan 6 people that got pardoned have been arrested. How do you refuse a pardon? They still kick you out of the jail. Oh, they finally turned the music off. She likes it in jail better. Over under on Trump saying in all these other countries, they're the real criminals. It's good to be afraid of everyone else. When are we getting the Epstein flight logs? Like, how long does it take them to like redact Donald Trump's name from them and release them? This is ridiculous. How inefficient. Apparently a really long time. Wasn't that their like big promise to their base? Yeah, so does the conviction and sentencing, Dave. If only there were a Department of Government Efficiency. Are we gonna ping pong all day between GF and DF? It seems that way. Yeah. I don't know. Is it Canadian Fenty? We don't, the market makers only take the real stuff. What the fuck is going on with the camera? Who's this guy? Looks like skinny Louis Anderson. Skullet. This is the Union guy from season 2 of The Wire. They're playing like Phantom of the Opera now. This is gonna be the most music ever at a DOJ press conference. Oh, now they're playing hymns. Nothing says justice and freedom like a hymn. No, not the erection pills. Dude, is that just a pile of evidence? Oh, yeah, it is. It says DEA evidence. I like how they set it up to look like a drug bust. Yeah. The government's actually a sitcom. Honestly, some of these things, like if they weren't horrifying, would be some of the funniest television I'd ever seen. Like the satire is just... Yeah, it's like Veep. Just add a laugh track and it's fine. Ugh. Satirists are out of a job. There's no need to exaggerate reality. Yeah, none at all. I wonder if Elon got Trump doing the ketamine. Nah, probably not. Oh my god, they're playing Hallelujah. Like the one from Shrek. They're playing it right now. I can't unmute it. I'll get fucking... I'll get DCM'd. They're playing all free domain songs because so many artists have sued Trump for using popular music. That makes sense. Are those the boxes they found in Trump's house? No, he took those back home with him. Testing 31. I don't think positioning's changed very much. Trump's not speaking for like 12 minutes, I think. Head and shoulder on the 15-minute? Kind of close, yeah. From here. Getting there. Not a lot of sold puts at 15, though. Just a few. The synthetic short at 5,600 is gone. So that closed out on the bounce. Or at least the bot put side of it mostly closed out. I don't know about down to the collar. There's sold put support at 55.80. And some sold put support building at 5,600. Getting more sold puts to the upside, 40, 45, 50. But there's still bot puts at 40. The bot puts at 30 and 50 are gone. Maybe it looks like a little more bullish. 56.90. 56.60 would be really hard to get over. Yeah. Pushing out to there would be rough. It's almost as if someone is expecting positive news to rocket this. Oh, yeah. Risk assets are already picking up with the drop in treasury yields. Or the drop in bonds prices. Treasury yields are up. I don't know, correlation's still moving down pretty quickly, so someone's still pushing into the dispersion trade more. Right? Oh, different data. Jimmy's up like 4% today. Needs to get above 25 to do anything special. But it's going fine. I don't expect it to MOASS. Will it be implemented into GS? Nope. It's not reliable. It requires broad and sometimes inaccurate assumptions to be made. Yeah. No, it's our own data. Ew. Nice. Tiny head and shoulders. Tiny head and shoulders on the big head and shoulders. And the money put IV is spiking. Oh no, bid ask is interesting. And the money puts at 56.50. 45. Someone buying some puts above spot at 40 and possibly 50. Neat. I think someone's buying to close the 57.25 put. And 30. That's not very bullish. I don't think they're going to be that dark because I think he's incompetent. If you were more competent, it'd be very scary. But if you could, Rugpolopotamus, explain to me how the executive officer of our country flagrantly disregarding our Constitution is a positive. You have the floor. Don't use whataboutism with me, Bob. We do have a constitution. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, and we're still improving it, so hopefully it just gets better. You're holding yourself above answering the question. Classy. Yes, my tears of unfathomable sadness are flowing freely. Which guy's hat? Is there a hat guy? I see a bald guy kind of front and center. He's got a mustache though. So still virile. Answering questions is hard. It is. It is. Especially when you don't know the answer. Yes, no on Vance coming out on Trump's shoulders. That would be hysterical. I'm gonna go with no, but it would be really funny. Like, if we're gonna get 4 more years of that... Charm's stable here. It's not really bullish, though. It's because he's sleeping. Like Biden. Because he's fucking old. I've been out of the loop. Which specific parts of the Constitution did Trump flagrantly violate so far? Well, let's see. Article 1 and Article 2. So Congress maintains the power of the purse. The president is required to faithfully execute laws, as is the responsibility of his office. He ignored an order from a judge to end funding freezes. Also a violation of the Constitution. Let's see, what else? He aided and supported those convicted of seditious treason against the United States, which is, in fact, treason itself, and a violation of the Constitution. Birthright citizenship, but that still has to be decided by the Supreme Court. Ignoring collective bargaining agreements and labor laws. What else? I could probably think of a few more, but not off the top of my head. The Office of Faith, yeah. That depends on how it's that one's, it could be argued. That's not a flagrant violation. It really depends on how the office is set up and what rights and responsibilities and ties to the federal government they have. But I see it very quickly becoming a violation of the Constitution. Freedom of the press. Yeah, I said he violated the First Amendment. The Sixth Amendment has been violated, denying illegal aliens the right to attorney or trial without due process. That's illegal. Emoluments, owning businesses while in office. Yeah. Well, it would have to be undeclared ones. So that one's tricky too. There's got to be a bingo card, probably. Sounds like it's faster to list the ones he hasn't broken. Well, he's president now, so he can have the classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. That's not illegal. Bull's gooning into the void. Yeah. Literally the void, because there's no contract there. Get ready, the bull market of 3/14/2025 to 3/19/2025 is about to begin. Their data handling requirements are classified documents, and Mar-a-Lago probably doesn't meet the requirements. Yeah, but they're not on digital media, they're just in a box. I'm sure whatever cyber security experts are left, none, are, you know, making sure that all of the proper protocols are taken at Trump's primary residence as well as at the White House, right? Of course. Let's not be silly. You're a dipshit, Bob, but you'll find that out on your own. Or it's exactly what you want. You're tired of the United States, and you think you can make something better. We needed them. We need labor. It wasn't flying in illegals. You need to lay off of the fucking Alex Jones. Our country, and probably your fucking ancestors, all came here the same way through open immigration policy, which we've always had to some extent. Are you gonna lose your job picking fucking strawberries? You ignorant dipshit. What are you so scared of? That you're dumber than them? Why are you so fucking insecure, bro? Don't you have enough guns? You deserve them. Not insecure. He's committing crimes in office. Someone should say it. Why not me? Why is it okay for him to commit crimes? Because someone else did? So that makes it alright? Because it's a cult. I know what it is. Like, talk shit. I mean, don't chill it 24/7. Cult leaders readily identify other cults. Yeah, it's very easy. Remember this morning I said the void is where we close? No. Did you sell butterflies? The average IQ is lower, so easily fooled by sociopaths. Even though sociopaths are usually childlike, it's sad. It's fascinating to me. I've got the official answers from CBOs to the missing strike from the listings desk. Oh, okay. What's going on? They kind of did away with IQ tests because they're stupid. But oops, we forgot to enter that strike. Would you like us to? I like this. This is fun. It's like a whole new market dynamic. Trading the void. Stream card? Actually. Right, I'm not done being mad at Bob. Imagine being such a fucking snowflake that you're afraid of illegal immigrants. Not you, Bob Lewis. Then what are you worried about? Are you protecting us from the scary outsiders? They have rocket hot bods and bang your wife. That's not true. Plenty of countries have open immigration policies. Our entire country was built on open immigration. We used to just bring in fucking... You just liked it because we were bringing in ships, Irish people and German people. That was okay, right? But if they're brown, oh, fuck. Big scary. Can't be bring... stop. Shut it down, right? Ridiculous. Half the fucking country's empty. Who gives a shit? What other reason do you have? You haven't given any other reason. Are you worried about our economy? Productivity, immigration's essential for productivity. It helps drive inflation down. It improves growth. It takes multiple generations before there's any house prices rocketing or degradation of salaries. Horseshit. Show me one fucking study that proves that. Guess who builds houses, Bob? I mean, supply demand. Just create more supply. Wait, so illegal immigrants are coming here with the money to buy properties? So they already make more money than you. In their country, is what you're saying. No, no, no. Those are the Chinese. Yeah, that's a whole different story. They rent places from people who own properties, providing income to American citizens. Oh no, don't help support our local economies. Yeah, right? That'd be terrible. Suppression of wages is from the bottom up. It must be really hard believing everything you hear on Alex Jones and Fox News without actually knowing anything. I agree, we should let them all in. We should let in as many people as want to come to our country, and we should educate them, and we should turn them into productive, tax-paying citizens. The second they walk across the border, we should just hand them a fucking green card. Here's your social security number. Pay your taxes April 15th of next year. Have a great day. Yeah, why not? Welcome to our education system. It sucks. Have fun learning. Well, maybe if we had more taxes, we could have a better education system. He was supposed to speak 20 minutes ago. He's sleeping. He's tired. Well, how do you think the government does things, Bob? So you want a dissolution of the American government. This is all I really want you to admit. Just say it. Just say you want the American government dissolved. And we can move on to a better conversation from there. Would probably be better. Okay. Who should run it? You think it should be someone fair, just, that believes in freedom? Or, you know, like, just a criminal? Whoever wins? Oh, so just chaotic anarchy. So you're not a libertarian or a Republican. You're just an anarchist. You don't have any values pertaining to systems of governments. You just don't want there to be one.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. I know what they are claiming. They said that America alone with all Western countries are founded by white people.
I know what they're
can only
doing.
welcome white people, and they showing their hatred towards all non-whites. 3.
I can do that too, Hamburglar Helper. Want a dictatorship, but when it gets dictated. Interesting. Well, it was Hamburglar for a little while, and then he changed it back. You made my day because a pragmatic trader stands up for what is right and common sense. Thanks, Bob Lewis. I just don't want to listen to bullshit. I mean, I don't care if you have like a decent take on politics or you're conservative. That's fine. Be whatever you want to be. But don't just spew bullshit. Or at least if you're gonna spew bullshit, be honest about the bullshit you're spewing. Like Bob just wants it all to burn down, which is valid. If I wanted it all to burn down, this is what I'd go for. That's what's happening. I'm a unicorn. I spew rainbows and GS content. The lack of shirtless Gert content is killing the economy. Where do you see today's close? I really want us to close at 35 because it doesn't exist. I mean, for the market maker, that's the penultimate price. You think they pull off a Giga reversal? Well, we have 2 more days till SLD starts. It's the best time to try. Well, it's the last strike to the upside. Well, I guess 59.30 is the last strike to the upside. And then no strike. Maybe it's not fitting. Do you get refunds for the strike not existing? No. Oh, wait. Is someone talking? Is that Trump? Oh, no. They're putting out his flashcards. Yeah, this was supposed to start 30 minutes ago. The great printer of puts. Was government shutdown ultimate austerity? No. A lot of government programs continue under a shutdown. Trump's finishing his Big Mac. That makes sense. They're enjoying the evidence. For 30 minutes remaining, puts are mighty pricey. That probably makes them pretty attractive to sell, no? Especially here, near the top of the market maker's expected move. We're slightly above it. Yeah, I guess we're slightly above it. I'm getting any SPX lottos before close. At the current prices of options, I don't think there is such a thing as like a cheap lotto ticket. I mean, the at the money puts are like $7. $56.35 are cheap. They don't exist. I mean, a 5,600 right now is 60 cents, which is fucking crazy. No, mic's not working. Oh, there it goes.
President Trump has prioritized tackling our nation's fentanyl crisis, and he has taken decisive action to fight it. I want to thank our U.S. attorneys who are here today, our state attorneys general from all around the country. I see all my friends out there, my colleagues, who will work to prosecute violent criminals, get the drugs off our streets, get the gangs off our streets, and get the illegal aliens out of
How are
our
you supposed to
country.
get through the next 4 years without drugs? What the fuck?
And thank you to all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who are here today who keep us safe every day and night. Thank you to all of you. Today we have with us one of the most effective drug-seizing teams in the entire country.
Do the carpets match the drapes? No, she has brown eyebrows.
Every major city in the country. Since January, they have saved millions of lives taking drugs and illegal weapons off the streets of Boston. And Todd, they ask us for more U.S. attorneys. I told them we're on it.
And terrible
please stand?
roots.
This is Boston's DEA strike team. Thank you all. Thank you. We also have two angel moms here today. And
The fuck is an angel mom?
15. He thought he was taking a Percocet at school, and it was laced with fentanyl. And
So it's okay to take the perk?
and I'm so sorry. But all of these people in this room,
I just thought my boy was taking Percocets.
are going to keep our
And then it had fentanyl in it.
and protect our kids. Thank you for being here. And Tammy's beautiful daughter, Kayla.
Why does she keep touching her hair? Low self-esteem.
Alien from El Salvador, who should not have been in our country. And thanks to Donald Trump, they will all be deported very soon, thanks to his work, Homeland Security. And I say the unsung hero, Stephen Miller. On stage, we have...
So just a made-up
this is
term.
180 kilograms.
Wait, how do they know who the drug dealer was?
So this represents 1 kilo of fentanyl. In its pure form, this 1 kilo...
That's not real fat. You would never pick that shit up. Good.
The 180 there, in pure form, could kill 90 million people. That is the population of California, Texas, and Florida. That's what we're dealing with in our country. That's why angel moms go around the country. That's why Donald Trump has taken such a hard stance against cartels, securing our borders, getting these gangs and drugs.
It's actual flour? Yeah, she would never pick up a
Look
pound
at
of
that.
fat.
That can kill 3 states.
That shit, like, that breaks, the whole room's dead.
Terrify everyone. I see our senators made it. Our senators, thank you. However,
Throw the fat into the ceiling fan.
President Trump has secured our borders and will continue to fight the cartels throughout this country, deport them all, or lock them up for the rest of their lives, thanks to our prosecutors around this country where they belong. Under the last administration,
Like that scene from
cartel
Face Off?
criminals, they freely walked in and out of
That
our
movie was
country
better than this one.
with impunity. No longer. Under Donald Trump, they live in fear, and they better live in fear because we're coming after all of them.
Yeah, with no due process, right?
I am so proud to have a team with Emil and Todd and all of
What do we even need attorney generals for if we're not going to use the courts?
for the greatest president in the history.
We're just going to put people into concentration camps.
Proud to work at the directive of Donald Trump. It is he will never stop fighting for us, and we will never stop fighting for him and for our country. It is an honor to welcome to the Department of Justice the 45th and the 47th President of the United States.
Jesus fucking Christ. Hail the Cheeto. This shit's gonna be in documentaries in the future. We're not gonna make documentaries in the future.
And it's a true honor to be with you today. This is a storied hall, if there ever was one. And based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And young people are doing it. Very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think. Oh, you are so tough.
Pretty rich coming from a felon. Yeah, the irony of him being there is fantastic.
People who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal attorney general in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him. And
No. Talk about his experience.
A long time under tremendous pressure.
As a podcaster.
Some of the most corrupt judges it's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought. They weren't afraid. And they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais, and thank you both very much. Great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Going to do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo. Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well. Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail. Good luck.
He has no clue who any of these people are. No.
And we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here.
This is a weird kindergarten graduation.
Here's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck.
What if I told you guys I'm sitting in that room right now? Can you re-cue really loudly? Like in mid-clap.
Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think.
Nope, they shot me.
State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Othermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as...
I have him turned all the way up.
Stephen Miller, what a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller.
Like from the Steve Miller Band?
Something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve.
Is he like forming the SS right now?
But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said,
You mean
example,
to catch you making crime?
Came from Russia when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it.
It's more like the Stasi than the
So many
Gestapo.
others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. What they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts
Bob
of
does
records.
believe him.
They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did, record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really.
That's because he's
anti-Catholic,
mumbling.
so I don't know. They arrested a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that.
They don't care about poor
Our
people.
predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I
They
stand
care
before
about
you
trying to
today
use
declare
the
that those
fentanyl
days are
problem
over,
as a
and
launch
they are
board
never
for
going to come
military
back. They're
rule.
never coming back.
He really needs to be careful using the word Catholic too much. He needs to say Christian, or he's going to piss some people off.
Officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people.
We're not
thought
doing
possible.
fact checking right
We
now,
won every
Treetop.
single
All
swing
right.
state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts.
He just wants to be Pope.
2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we won it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people,
Says the
have
guy
given us a
chortling
mandate
Putin's
and
balls.
Really a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system, and that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt
Thanks,
forces from our
Draxix.
government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again.
Who's to defend democracy and prevent communism from spreading? What happened? We started a sovereign wealth fund.
Of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore, let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they
You
did
were.
with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And
You were
therefore, he
found
let him
guilty.
go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam. I think that was not, I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior
Seditious-
FBI officials who misdirected
seditious
resources
treasonists.
to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said that actually saved the administration because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact,
Are the
really
Tate
bad
brothers
things.
these political
Terrible
prisoners?
person, did terrible things and persecuted people. and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C., and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. Not going to let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Cash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size, and that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen, and that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody, and we're going to be very happy. And they want to have far fewer people, but we also want to have them in D.C.,
Isn't starting a sovereign wealth fund right now like taking a HELOC on your house and buying NVIDIA at the top and not even buying protective puts?
Bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement, and they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city, we're cleaning up this great capital, and we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime, and we're going to take the graffiti down.
Void
and
gang.
We're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration, and if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the
I can't buy a
administration's gonna be able-
5635
so far,
because
they've
the
been
strike
doing very well.
doesn't
The mayor's been
exist.
doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads, and we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped.
Oh, we're
They're
above
gonna
the
have a
gap.
crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place.
6
with these
minutes to
violent,
get up
vicious
to
lawyers that we
5650.
have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd
Some big
scream and
resistance of
scream
40
at the
still.
ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I
Nope,
love
it's
Bobby
in the
Knight
money.
because he endorsed me. And having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016. And I was doing great. But a friend came up and said, you know Bobby Knight? I said, no, I don't. But I hear he was a tough cookie. He said, not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, sir, I'd like to endorse you. I said, is this really Bobby Knight? He said, it's me. I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. He was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in, and he said, I'd love to endorse you. He said, if you ever run, please call me. So he said, you know Bobby Knight? I said, well, I don't know him, but he called me a couple of years ago. It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, you know, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing.
What the fuck is Trump
That was a
talking about? I don't
miracle.
even know. Stacks of paper.
That was a miracle also, wasn't it?
Hot ear. He had a hot
That
ear
was a
and
miracle
stacks of paper.
also. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you, my man. That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's it. That's very nice, thank you. But, so he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, you know, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000-3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea.
He thinks Leo's a
And there was
real
his
guy
name on
and
it.
not
Bobby
law
Knight with
enforcement
his number.
officer.
It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed a number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, you know. If you remember, he made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking, and he walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy, too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words? I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, say a few more words, a little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great, and it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place is more amazing.
2 minutes
I
till
think it's more
market close. He's
consequential.
talking about using
And,
nukes. Yeah.
if we do the job, you know, one of the big media outlets said what we did was the most consequential.
You think he
election
walks
in the
around
last
like a nuclear
129
with a
years?
nuclear
Well,
key,
if
swinging
we do
it
the
like it'd
job
be a
that we're
yeah,
all
of
capable
course.
doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some, and that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at.
I wish he was your
making this
grandpa
country
too
so
and not
great,
president of
so
the
great.
country.
What happened to our country?
But we
is
don't
so
get what we
sad.
want,
What they've done in
Lawrence.
4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, was never going to happen, with Ukraine, allowing October 7th to happen, would have never happened, because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke
No,
is
eggs
doing
are
a
the
good
same
job.
price.
Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then
Are they
everything
more?
else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign
He wants
trail.
to
Those last
run the
90
country
perfect,
and his
beautiful
grandpa
days.
so he
We
can
just
live
did it.
forever on the
And I wanna
pork
thank
barrel.
Susie. You have done a great job, Susie Wiles. Great job.
Oh
Susie.
shit, it's about to happen, Nuke.
A big magazine just named her the most
We're closing
powerful
in the
woman in
void.
the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful
Ding
woman.
ding. All right, I don't
You
have to
think
listen to
about
this
it,
shit
John,
anymore.
right?
Oh, thank God. All right. 56.38.84 closing price. So we moved up above the market maker's expected move today. Most of that move up in the overnight session, but we did push up off of the collar and out to about 56.30. This puts us just slightly above the one standard deviation from VWAP, which is maybe kind of an important systematic trigger. There's quite a lot of delta to the upside into OPEX to squeeze off here. But bulls still really need to get this back above delta neutral before they're going to be able to pressure any of that positioning. So we still got about $60 to the upside. That's just going to be kind of a struggle. But definitely the start of some support here, and a little bit of a move towards a turnaround. Same is true over here on ES, moved above the 6,000 level. Not quite a break of the downtrend that we've been kind of tracking for the last couple of weeks, but fairly close to it. And I could see possibly some volatility coming down into the weekend. We had big drops in VIX and VX today. VIX 3-month moving down about 8%, VIX down 11. We're definitely seeing a larger move into the dispersion trade. Yields are starting to move up on the back end. We're seeing ultra bond futures fall. This is a really good indication that things are levering up towards the risk asset side. Also Bitcoin up, which is just another risk asset. So something to look out for, especially with NQ kind of leading the pack on this move up, but Russell not trailing too far behind. Commodities pretty flat on the day. We got precious metals down a tiny bit, oil up, and industrial metals, agricultural kind of mixed. Big turnaround in correlation on the 1 month, and not quite an equivalent turnaround, but close on the 3 months. So we've got nearer and further dated dispersion trade going on. So it's long the underlying, short the index. These levels are still massively blown out from where they were, and obviously this could still reverse back to the upside. But we are in kind of a brief stable period up until at least the FOMC decision next week. I think only really retail sales between now and then could be bad, and we already made it through a negative consumer confidence report today, so I don't think retail sales will affect things too much. Forward yield on volatility still holding positive, but down to 5%. So a pretty significant drop from where we were 2 days ago, and even a significant drop from yesterday. That's coinciding with a sell-off in U.S. Treasuries. So some of that forward yield on the 10-2-year spread also declining alongside it, and that's going to mean more leverage into the carry trade, which has been picking up. If we look at yesterday's lows around 8.5%, closing today at 8.67, and way up from the low of the week at 8.2. So definitely a push back into the carry. I don't know when the Bank of Japan rate decision is next, but for now this is stabilizing. Bond volatility actually flat yesterday, but probably falling today with the second consecutive day of rising yields. And that should fall in line with the drop in 3-month correlations. You look for either one. If we continue to see 3-month correlation fall through the intraday on Monday, you can probably assume that will coincide with a drop in bond volatility. Sorry. Breadth fell yesterday, 16.69% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. So the sell-off broadening a little bit yesterday before today's bounce. I would say we probably picked up a little bit of breadth on this bounce, but not too much. I mean, Dow only up 150 points to NASDAQ's 220. So, this pump probably not driven by a lot of breadth, and it'll maybe take a while for us to start to see that turning around. Some indication of short volatility coming in, although not very strong yet, is the break apart in correlation here between VX and cash VIX. And we see correlation falling from yesterday's high at 94.13% down to 92% today. This is obviously not an indication that volatility is being heavily shorted, but it is being shorted, and we'd probably look to see a continuation of falling correlation between the two instruments moving forward to kind of gauge how aggressive that volatility shorting is going to get. If it's like back here in January, or here in early March, and we see that short vol coming in, but not really affecting a significant downside in overall volatility, then it's very likely that vol will spike back up again, and that might be one indication of kind of where a bear rally starts to end, is that short vol positioning starts to break apart. But right now it's accumulating, so we'll see where that leads things. Fed fund futures dropping about a point today, moving down to 0.14 for the June decision. This is still mostly pricing in a cut for September. I'm not sure with the heightened inflation expectations that we got this morning, if it's really realistic to expect a cut before then. I think that it's going to be assumed that the drop in CPI over the prior month was just demand falling off due to tariff fears, and that demand should theoretically pick back up again and push inflation higher. And definitely on the consumer side, inflation is still being felt very, very heavily. And then lastly, a little bit of a drop off in the bear steepener, down about 5% today. So, mostly the 2-year moving up a little bit faster than the 10-year right now. 10-year back to 4.3, up from the 4.2 of last week, and the 2-year pushing up to 4.0. So implying a higher federal funds rate over the next 2 years. On the technical side of things, we do have a bounce. It's not yet confirmed. We need to get above 56.96 to confirm that we even have like a partial reversal. But that's where things would kick off to the upside. At that like November low. And that was a really important level. And so that test, about $60, the upside of spot right now, is going to be very important in determining where we're headed. If we get that test by OPEX, if we exceed that test early in the week before OPEX, all of that will kind of matter. Right now we're still below, we're still in a negative delta environment, and a lot of this could just be profit taking, and then we could see bears reposition. I would say that a rally would probably go higher. I would be looking towards I don't know, 57.73, or maybe even up around 58.40, 58.32, if this actually starts to turn into a bear rally. But first we need to get that break to the upside to determine that. And I think that's about it. So I'll see you guys on Sunday. I hope everybody has a lovely weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll catch you later. Peace.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not...
Where did you get it?
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.